back to the mansion. So, last time you may remember that I said I was going to go collect all of the herbs that were in the plant room. And, well, I did. We actually have quite a bit of herb on hand now. So we have very little to worry about in the immediate as far as that goes. We, of course, have the Moon Crest to go finish sorting all of that out so we can actually make progress. We've basically got all our ducks nicely in a row right now. I'm gonna go ahead and make a couple herb combos here before we go anywhere, because I did just finish bringing these herbs over here, so I hadn't had time to make the combinations yet. I'm not gonna combine all of them, because honestly it'll be overkill to combine all of them right now. Hey there, Lizzie, how's it going? I just want to have a couple of these ready to go to save myself time later on. But having a couple of them just laying about as small heals might not be a bad idea. I'm doing alright so far. Just making sure all my stuff's in good order here. There we go. Because I figure we'll keep the double green on hand, because that should be enough for any damage we're going to take in the immediate. So this way we're not taking up too much of our storage and not too much of our own internal inventory either. Now, I had intended to position myself a bit better for getting to the crest door, but I didn't end up doing that. So we just need to get to the other side of the mansion and go over there and do that. Apparently there's a door I didn't open still over here, too, which is a little bit odd. But, you know, one problem at a time. That door is... Yeah, it's connected to the one in front of me here. We just gotta go to the right, instead of running back and forth like I just did for the last couple minutes. For those that didn't remember, literally all I had to do to get to the plant room was go straight down this hallway and then come back with the herbs. So it wasn't that long a trip. But to get where we're going, we need to go this way.
Let me in. Let me in.
Hello, Celts. I'm not sure you want in on this mansion. This mansion's not great. It's full of weird puzzle doors. It may or may not have a slight zombie infestation. Yeah, it's still locked from the inside, so there must be another way to get to that door. I also don't know if I'm really that concerned about it. I mean, it's definitely your average old house, that's for sure. This was the piano room, and we got locked in here until we swapped the crests. Wait. Showing we're in there, though. I think I went the wrong way, didn't I? Or is this just laid out weird? Okay, yeah, it's technically an inset next to the plant room. That's why that looks weird on the map. Okay. So in theory, that means there should be a door around here that would lead into that room. It would have to be, in theory, somewhere around here. Because it would have to be pointing like this way. Or it would have to be like next to this piano. Like on this side. Because, you know, obviously the door's not here. So there is that weird marker right here in front of where we're standing. Best not to worry about it. If it will be solved, it will be solved. And if it doesn't get solved, that's fine. This is when I find out that that's a room full of all kinds of neat and useful things. But as I said, not gonna worry about it. Now, I suppose the important question is, which way do I want to go around to get where I'm going? Because I've got multiple options for getting there, and I probably shouldn't go running through the dog room. Running through the dog room is a silly idea. So we do still have at least one zombie at large upstairs, too. But I think we will have him be out of our way, so it won't matter? Question mark? So it shouldn't be a big deal at the very least. Am I seeing a ping over here? Fuck's sake, mobile Discord. Oh, there's something free being given away. Useless information. Moving right along. That does mean I'm gonna get another ping in a minute or two. Because there's two separate free stuff bots in channels that I'm in, and they never pop at the same time. They will never ping simultaneously, even though it's the same bot. Very annoying. But yeah, the intent... Actually, wait. Why am I even going back down? Where we need to be is up here. Actually, no. The crest door is downstairs. The other door is up here. And we want the crest door. Hello, sir, and goodbye. So yes, I do want to go downstairs, which means I think I've gone the wrong way. Oh no, I'm in the right hallway. Never mind. I do remember things. And if I needed to grab anything, the other storage is right here where we're going. But we have everything I think I'm gonna need anytime quick. So, we'll be fine. So let's see, the path from here. Want to go down to the end of the hall, then hook left. Actually, no. We're trying to get to the crest door. Just came out the stairs, so we want to go to my left. Right here. I keep thinking I want to be at the bottom area, but that's not quite right. That was dealt with already. I'm glad I disposed of the enemy that was in this hallway, otherwise running back and forth into here to do this would have been a lot more annoying. There we go. Another stair to push around. Well, we may as well put it somewhere. And I presume it's going to be to get at that crank up there. That would just be the most sense. Because that's the only usable looking thing we have in here. Come on, Chris. There you go. Not quite. Just a little bit more, since you're the size of a bus, apparently. There we go. Hopefully this isn't too close to the wall. Very good. Yes, I will take the crank. What I need this for, I don't remember, but I'm sure I'm gonna need it somewhere. When in doubt, take everything, figure it out later. And there's that annoying other free thing ping, so I'll go ahead and clear that while we're making our way... Oh wow, another big pile of herbs. Also something stumbling around out here. When in doubt, shotgun out. Yeah, I had a feeling he was gonna have a friend. Oh, he's got a few friends. I wanted to wait for them to make a go of it. Wasted a shell, but it's fine. We don't have a ton of them, though. So I do feel like I'm wasting it a little bit clearing these out this way, but if I didn't, it would be much harder to get at all these herbs. And we're gonna want all these herbs at some point, I'm sure. There we go. Now the notifications are gone. It's a good thing I kept paying attention even when I went to deal with that notification. Otherwise, at least one of those dogs would have just jumped me and I would have been very upset. Right, we have this whole bit we have to do. I completely forgot about this part until we got here. Now, my order of operations, because I forgot this bit entirely, is going to be scuffed as usual, but it'll be fine. You may be starting to figure out what the crank is for very quickly. It's a square hole. It's a crank for the square hole. There we go. And away goes the much more realistic looking water suddenly, revealing a path. But I think I did want to go the other way as well. I just don't remember what's down the end of either of these paths. Water's running down the opposite side. Hooray. You'll note we do still have the crank. I don't remember what else the crank was for, but I'm pretty sure we do need it again. Otherwise it would have told me the crank was useless. So we should most certainly hang on to it. I am a little worried about our ammo situation. Oh, right, that's why there's blue herbs. I feel like I didn't want to be going down here without having gone the other way first. Because I think I remember what goes on down here now, and I might be missing something. But we'll figure it out. We're down here now, so we may as well commit. Hello, dogs. Don't mind me. Battery is pulled out. That's one of the things I was afraid of, is there was going to be no battery. Don't mind me. Leaving. I don't know how that dog didn't get me any of the times he jumped for me. I'll be honest with you. I don't know how I outran a dog, but I'll take it. Ow. Didn't outrun that one. Shouldn't have questioned the other one. Oh, God. This is why we have so many herbs. Ah! Everything's fine. Mostly. Plus or minus the pieces gouged out of Chris, but he'll be fine. He'll grow out of it. Oh look, more blue herbs. Wonder why these are here. Just gonna go ahead and pick one of them up. A lot of doors. A whole lot of doors. And we don't have any of the keys from the mansion, so if anything's locked, we're gonna have to find new keys. Hey, look, a storage box. Maybe I should actually take those blue herbs and put them in here, then. Just in case. I do see that first aid spray that's sitting on the shelf there, by the way. I'll come back for it once I'm done trucking things around. Just give me a minute. Before anybody's like, oh god, he missed the first aid spray. Everybody's gonna die. It'll be fine. Imagine if we had any of this healing last session when we had that whole bit when we were stuck. Imagine if any of this was, like, just spread out just a little bit more instead of being in giant clumps on the map. Oh, how much easier things would be, huh? Yeah, I am gonna keep one of these blue herbs on me. So I don't remember if blue orbs can just be used straight up. That's the one thing I'm kind of worried about with that. I genuinely don't remember. There's also bullets over there. Which that might actually be important. Well, I think it actually does look correct if you check it. Yeah, because it does have a square section on it. It's just not rendered well as far as that goes on the little sprite down there. It's, you know, kind of hard to render round or square at that size. And it's not that unusual for them to only have the very end of it be whatever shape it needs to be. Because a round thing is easier for you to roll your hands with, to rotate. Yeah. Let me go ahead and load the rest of these shells. Actually, no, this can only load 7, so I can't load the rest of the shells to save space. I'm debating whether I should bring the pistol with me, but we have so little inventory capacity, so I feel like I should just leave the pistol behind still and just keep using the shotgun. I'm just worried about running out of shells for when I'm going to need it. And for all that I was making fun of how many shells we were finding before, we are starting to run dry. Because I have been honestly very inefficient with my shotgun usage. But, you know, it is what it is. What's done is done and all that. Tub. Yeah, we may as well unplug this one like we did the other one. Maybe we'll find something useful in here. We got a thing. Oh, right, that was in here. Okay. I do know what that's for. I don't remember where that room is, but I remember that that room is important. Which you can probably guess from the labeling that that would be an important room, because you can probably guess what C means when it's got a key that looks like that. This does, however, mean I have no inventory space. Hello, sir. You are going to be an issue. Kindly cease being an issue. Oh, good, we got him in one. Don't feel comfortable doing a high shot. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of, is I was gonna hit the wall anyway. There we go. So, had to waste an extra shell, but we got through both of them. That's honestly not that bad. I do know I need to read that book. Or, I don't think I need to read the key. I don't think I need to read the book, but the book will be useful information. And I'm pretty sure that key there is the key for the desk that's sitting there. Or at least it's a desk key. Oh, this is one of the books I have to carry, so I know what that book's for then, I think. I need to go back and store some stuff so we can actually do anything, though. Please hold, inventory management occurring. At least it's just right across from this room, so it's not too bad. I might actually put the crank away for the moment, because I don't think I need it again immediately. I think there is a little bit of time before the next time the crank shows up. Don't need the C-room key immediately either. Because based on my memory, I think I know where the C-room is, and it's not going to be for a few rooms yet. And this is another case of why so many games give you key item storage separate than your usable items in the future, because situations like this happen so easily. Just get... I was gonna say, it's just in a cup, my dude. Grab the key. Don't you tell me there's a puzzle where I have to figure out how to break the cup to get the key. I'll be a bit cross. What do you mean I can't use it here? Does he not acknowledge the desk? He did not acknowledge the desk. There we go. And... wait a minute. Okay, no, that is shells. Okay. I saw M60 written on it, and I'm like, wait a minute. Something about that doesn't quite wash. We will take the red book. The red book, though, I think is another case of we don't need it immediately, but I'm going to keep it on hand because I don't feel like running back to the room immediately. We already went in here, right? I just immediately forgot whether we had been in here. Right, this was the bathroom. Okay. Has the word immediately lost meaning yet? When I said it like 4 times back to back there, without realizing that's what I was doing. Oh. The piano has stopped. Right. I think there's a thing with those holes. Or am I getting this crossed with something else? I don't think that's one of those... Yeah, you know why I was holding on to that blue herb? If you look at the ceiling, you might realize why I would need to hold on to a blue herb. Also, arachnophobia warning. They're also very fast. We are at a very bad angle to be trying to blast them, but I think they can't get back here. Oh, that's upsetting. Just seeing a pair of giant spider legs popping around the table. Oh, right, they spit. They can get me with their spit. At least now he's on screen so I can shoot him. Or try to, anyway. One down. And that does poison. This is one of the sequences where I was worried about not having enough shotgun shells. But I think with one gone, I don't think we're gonna need to worry about the... Oh, right, there's little spiders as well. They can poison you, I do believe, too. Right, this is your information about what to set the hands of the clock to. I would pause to try to take a picture, but there are still spiders about. Okay. The only other one nearby is dead, so I think I've got a moment. I don't remember if I need this information, but I'm going to document this information for my own sanity. God damn you. I saw him moving over, but it didn't look like he was gonna reach. Okay, that didn't poison me, so we're fine. That's broken. I don't need to deal with this one, because he's gonna be too slow to be a major issue. He's also a little stupid. Unfortunately for me, so am I, but, you know, one problem at a time. Yep, that was the issue with those holes, is they attack you. I couldn't remember if it was something jumped out of them, something grabbed you, it would fall. There was a lot of options for that. Oh, I remember another bad thing about this hallway. Why am I remembering so many things about this place in particular? The answer? None of it's good. None of it's good. Everything I'm remembering is bad news. This looks awful overgrown, doesn't it? I'm sure that's not gonna have consequences. Yeah, I assume, yep, the panel here is relevant. No, I will not push the keys because I don't know the number yet. I'm pretty sure I could brute force it A by remembering the number, or B just shenanigans, but let's not. Bees. Bees! One of the many things I remember about this area. Full of bees. I think you could destroy the nest, but I don't remember how. Feels like something you would use the lighter on. Just light the nest on fire. All will be right with the world after we set the nest on fire. Yeah, another spooky statue. I can move it. Why would I right now? Yes, game. I can read that the plate says 002. Well, I guess let's push this guy around and see what happens. Yeah. We can push him to some herbs. Well, we used our herbs, so... Give. And this is what I was talking about last week, though, with the fact that this game's not necessarily intended to be super difficult. Because they do give you the resources you need, unless you get stuck. If you get stuck, it becomes a problem. But other than that, you have everything you would ever need at any given time, as long as it's reachable for you. Which, you know, obviously, situations where you can't handle the combat for one reason or another changes that situation dramatically. I'm going to well, there's a world in which the keypad is a simple thing and I just press the number of the plate that I want. But I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's how that door works. Yep, gonna get got again. Thankfully, it doesn't do a meaningful amount of damage. So I'm missing something. Let's go back to the storage box, because one way or the other, we need to drop off the extra herb. I want to look at that book again. Because I feel like I'm remembering something about the book. Well, not a lot has had time to happen yet. We found spiders. We got grabbed by a tentacle twice. We used a crank to lower some water. We found a key. We found yet another key. We also found even more herbs. That also happened. We dropped off of a crest that opened up a door. That was the first major thing we did today. And that's about it for what happened today. If you're asking about in general, we landed in a helicopter, everybody got eaten by dogs, we got chased around this mansion by zombies, while we had to go find a whole pile of different keys, open a whole pile of different doors, and now we're here. There you go. There's your summary of everything that has transpired. We also found some giant spiders. Aha! So it does open, but it's not useful in that regard. So I think I am remembering what this book is for correctly then. I'm pretty sure it is a book that you place somewhere to push a switch. So let's take another look at the key. Make sure that there's not like a label on this. Like pile as in quantity. There was a lot of them. Not a literal pile, but a lot of them. And yeah, it says right on its description there that's for the control room, which is what you should have guessed when it said C room. And you may or may not be able to hear that thunder. It's been rumbling all day. Well, not all day, but for the past hour or so, and it's probably going to keep doing that for a while. It's not super close, so I wouldn't worry about it. Okay. Sometimes it comes through, sometimes it doesn't. Even when it's not particularly loud, it was being picked up when we were playing in Peak the other day. That may also be a difference between the Discord settings and the other one. Because I do have an extra layer of settings on OBS itself. So there must be something else in the spider room over here. Not a fan of having to deal with this, but we'll work it out. Worst case, if I get poisoned, I can go back and grab one of the extra blue herbs I have. Hey, big guy. Don't mind me, I'm just trying to see if there's anything on this counter. Yes, you spat poison at me again, thank you. Nope, this has nothing for me. Wait. There was something here, just not anything I was looking for. I am happy to have more pistol bullets. There's something on that table. Something very small. Uh-huh. We need that. Walked right into that one. That one's entirely my fault. Still didn't get poisoned, though, so that's good. Ow. That time I think we're gonna have a problem. I'm gonna loop him around here for a second. No, still not poisoned. Shocking. So, you know, arachnophobia warning again for the moment, because close encounter of the spider kind for a couple minutes here while I get around him. Okay, I don't think there's anything else in the room, and I have a picture of the arrangement of those cue sticks, so I don't think we have anything else to worry about with that room. We'll go ahead and save so that if I invariably die, we don't have to worry about it, because otherwise we'd be kicked back to the save state that I made at the end of last session because we didn't have a means of saving at the time. But since we have 2 clips worth of bullets for the pistol, I am considering switching back to the pistol for now. So that is a good amount of pistol ammo compared to the 10 shells of shotgun we have. But actually thinking about it, I think that's roughly equivalent. Because the pistol takes about at a minimum of 2 to 3 shots to do the same thing the shotgun does in 1. So by that metric, they're basically the same amount of ammunition. 30 pistol shots and 10 shotguns. But with the fact that I know I'm going to have some more dangerous things coming up, I am going to put the shotgun away for the moment and use the pistol until I know I need the shotgun. And I can also stack these pistol bullets a little bit better because they can be combined to be 30 in a stack instead of 15. There we go. Obviously, it ends up being 15 anyway, but reminding people that that's an option. So I guess I need to deal with the beehive then. Which this could end poorly, but this is why I saved. Is so that if bad things happen with the beehive, I could just roll back if I don't feel like keeping the reality of whatever happens with the beehive. Let's test my theory that that's why the lighter is still here. Is that it's for setting the beehive on fire. I'm not gonna worry about bringing any healing with me right now, because I don't recall it being a problem if they do a lot of damage. It's just a matter of they're gonna poison me. And I'm gonna get got again. It's fine. I think it's a matter of if you don't fight that, it ends up hurting you, but if you fight it quickly, it doesn't do any damage. It's just annoying getting grabbed every time. So where was the room? It's attached to this room. It was this door. A lot of the doors and such really feel the same. Okay, good, I did go the right way. Boy, beehive. Well, that's a shame. Oh wait, there was something back here. Aha! I'm glad I ran back over here. They were guarding a key. Gotta get away from the bees again. Okay. We'll turn the key around as soon as we get to the other side of this door and see what room this is for. And door number 2. Alright. Which is the door that's over here. What? Right. That's one of the ones that uses automatically, and it's useless now, so chuck it on the floor. Stomp it into the ground. Useless trash key. I probably should have pulled my gun out before I walked in this door. But you know what? One problem at a time. We can thankfully menu quick enough to just whip the pistol out at need. Hey, bud. Not dealing with you right now. That is a small room with a zombie in it. I think there was something in the tub, but I don't think I need to worry about that right this second. Yeah, let's go ahead and take the sketch of the dormitory because it'll work as a map. Because for those wondering why I wasn't using the map before, we didn't have one yet. We have one now. And this is referred to as the guardhouse and the dormitory simultaneously. But I assume this is like where all the guards and any security this place had slept and everything. Plant 42 report. 4 days have passed since the accident, and the plant at Point 42 is growing amazingly fast. It has been affected by the T-virus differently than other plants have been and shows unique shape in addition to its size. Looking at the way it behaves, it is now difficult to determine what kind of plant it was originally. There are 2 ways in which Plant 42 gathers nutrition. The first one is through its root that reaches into the basement. Immediately after the accident, a scientist went mad and broke the water tank in the basement. Now the basement is filled with water. It is easily imaginable that some chemical elements were blended in the water and promotes the incredibly fast growth of Plant 42. Another part of Plant 42 from the basement grows through the duct and hangs down like so many bulbs from the ceiling of the first floor. Many vines come out of the bulbs, and they are the second resource for its nutrition. Once sensing movement, Plant 42 shoots its vines around on the prey and holds it. Then it starts sucking up blood using the suckers located at the back of its vine. It also has some intelligence. It blocks the door by twining its vines around it, especially when it captures prey or is sleeping. Several staff members have already fallen victim to this. May 21st, 1998, Henry Sarton. So now we know about Plant 42. And it sounds like a nasty customer, doesn't it? A plant that drinks blood and is all over the place. You may or may not have come to the conclusion that that's why this place looks like it's overgrown to all hell and gone. Yeah. I probably need what's in this guy's room. I think we can grab it and get out before he can do anything too much. Oh, there's no water in there. Never mind. It looked like there was like another crank or something laying at the bottom of the tub. Let's take another look. I'm gonna keep going in and out because I don't want to have to waste bullets killing him. It doesn't really look like there's anything in this room. I think this room's a red herring. Oh, nope, there's bullets in the sink. Nope, I screwed up. Don't eat me. It's fine. I think that was all that room was for. I think that was just a bullet room. If it isn't, we can come back. We'll go ahead and get back up to fine. I really should go ditch this lighter because my theory was incorrect. Yep, that thunder's getting louder. So probably gonna be in for another batch of rain. Now, something doesn't add up, though. We went in there and we got the map and everything, but we didn't find anything else. So I do worry that I did miss something in there. And we can see a room that I've apparently been to that has a ladder in it that I didn't notice. As you can see it in that L-shaped room in the upper right there. I'm running back to drop off the lighter before I forget that I'm carrying it around for no particular reason at the moment. No sense in wasting the inventory space on it, you know? Especially not when this game is pretty strict about inventory. I should probably reload on healing as well, just in case. I don't anticipate immediately needing it, but I'd rather have it and not need it. But because we found a key, opened an area and didn't get another key, I'm now worried, like I was saying, that I missed something. So we're gonna head back over to that side of the dormitory area. And since we do have 45 bullets, maybe I should get rid of that zombie just to make sure that there isn't anything in that room. After all, we spent like an hour last week because I thought I cleared a room and I hadn't. Because we know that those doors we've got over there that we haven't gone through are both locked. And then there's the keypad on the other one. And we know that the number 2 key wouldn't open those because we threw away the number 2 key already. So it looks like that ladder might be right here behind this. No. It's right around the corner from here. It's in the number 2 room, which is what we probably need to do. We need to go up that ladder probably to go finish up. Oh, you know what? I see it. That's what the weird pipe thing right there is. It just looked like a piece of piping, but it's actually top of a ladder. Behold. Once again, a case of I probably should have put the pistol in my hands before doing this, but too late. We'll go ahead and pull the pistol out now. Got a box. You know, there's a vent bit there. I'm gonna go ahead and push this box in front of it just in case. At least until I know what this box is for. Oh, do I have to, like, drop them down this hole to make a path? Is that a thing? Yep, that's exactly what we're doing here. We're building a bridge out of crates. It's a good thing that they float so well that a grown man can walk on them, huh? Not to mention, I can push a crate across this crate. Oh, there we go. You know what? That actually makes sense. I guess I need all 3 crates. Doesn't really feel like I should need all 3, but it's fine. We're gonna need to get this crate off the wall, though, if we're gonna be able to get it down there. So let's push it back this way a little bit. And we can push it off the wall a little. I just need to not push it. Well, actually, no, I can push it all the way to the wall, because once we get down to the end of the hallway, the obstruction on this side will be gone. Slow ride. Pushing a block. Going so slow. Gonna get there eventually. Do 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 do. Okay. Actually, I can push it all the way to the wall because that's where the water is. And where the other crates are, more importantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There we go. We made a bridge. That really is way more stable than it should be, because it doesn't look like that water is that shallow. Besides, if that water is that shallow, we could just have walked across. The storm outside's just gonna add to the ambiance, it's fine. This doesn't seem like a good idea to be walking in the water like this. And just combine those herbs preemptively here. This seems like a good idea. Let's just open a door that's clearly got a lot of water on both sides of it. Oh yeah, this place is hella flooded. You'd think our pistol would stop working. Oh god! Yeah, you know, just sharks in your basement. Yeah, if you ever think that the flooding in anybody's house is bad, at least they don't have sharks. There's the control room that I need the control room key. No keyhole. There go! Okay, we can at least go this way and get away from the sharks for a second. But I am gonna have to go back to the storage box and go get the control room key. Oh hey, remember the other route that they were talking about for Plant 42? Gee, I wonder, could it be this one? Could it be this right here? There's something there, but I don't know if I can get it without being attacked. The answer is apparently yes. And it's another desk key. Okay. Good to know. I have whatever this is. No. Whatever this is not relevant to our adventure. Oh, it is getting hella windy out there, too. Well, that's fun. I did not mean to go out the door. I meant to interact with the control panel to see if it would do something. Don't get it by sharks. Don't do it. Okay, so we gotta go back up the ladder, go get the control room key, and come on back down here. For some reason, I thought that this section was a little further along. And I'm now really sad that I didn't go down that other path back before getting here. 'Cause I feel like that other path was where some extra stuff was. Go and use the desk key to open this. Get some more shotgun shells. Every single desk has had shotgun shells in it. Which is fascinating. Let's go ahead and make use of the fact that we have knowledge here. I was gonna say we have something, but we don't actually physically have anything. We just gained more knowledge at the moment. Because we learned what that's something we have is used for. Let go of my neck. We also should probably try moving the statue that's in this room around. In the room we just left, that is, not the room we just entered, because there's no statues in here. Before anybody questions me on that one. Just put this down with the shotgun. Without pulling the shells out and combining them, I can't get them put into a good position right now. We are in orange, so we'll go ahead and just munch that down. I think I am being a little hasty with that, but I'd rather be a little ahead rather than a bit behind. And I don't want to save yet because I don't know when we're going to get our next ink ribbon. So I'm being a little greedy there. Okay, yeah, this statue doesn't have any immediate place to be put, but if we move it over here, maybe something happens. No, I think that's there just to show you that you can push these statues. So that you then use that information in the other room where the other statue is. That wind really is going. Who's in this room again? Because the red room had spiders. What was this room's deal? Oh right, this was just the other bedroom. Much like the one we just were in before. Which similarly had a desk that I had to unlock that had shotgun shells in it. Funny how that works out. Let's see. So I can either go ahead and make the run for the control room right now, or I can go back and try to go down that other path that I was talking about in case there is stuff that would be useful before I forget about it. I do think we're just going to go ahead and make the run for the control room because we are going to be going back at some point. But I don't remember if we get another path over or not. Which, you know, spoilers, we're going to be going back to the mansion at some point. But I don't know if that really would qualify as a spoiler, considering it should be fairly apparent by the fact that there's a door we didn't open back there. But there's something else left for us to do there. Okay, at least I don't have to move the bookcase. Wait a minute. How did the other bookcase... They realigned. They moved a little bit while we were gone. Because I didn't push that completely cleanly together like that. Weird. I swear those bookcases shifted a little bit. Like, when it got unloaded and reloaded, it shifted slightly. Nothing significant, just like weird. I'm gonna try going around to the right this time, because going to the left was just shark nightmare. Maybe if I go this way, they won't activate soon enough to be as big a problem. In fact, yep, there's only the one of them that notices I exist. There we go. C-room key is now useless. Goodbye. You know, you could also remember this room by virtue of remembering it's the room that's underwater, because you just remember it as C as in the water, instead of C as in control. Yeah, sure, what could possibly go wrong? Oh, that drained the water, so that's good. Good of them to have a failsafe for situations like this whole room getting flooded. Push the button. I assume the door next door is now open, because it had a similar panel next to it. So I presume that button's like a door lock release or something. Oh yeah, if you want to see something funny, if we go over here... Wait, where are they? All the monster fish are now flopping around because there's no water. They are no longer a threat to us. Is it unfortunate for them? Yes. Am I particularly upset about it? No. They tried to eat me. Lots of bullets. I'm glad I switched back to the pistol, because they really do seem to intend you to be doing exactly that right now, with how many pistol clips they're giving you. Now everything else is wet and useless. Sad. Lots of shotgun shells too, though. That are somehow not wet and useless. But I guess these are sealed up well enough? Question mark? There's also something sparkling. I did see it, but I'm a lot more interested in the shotgun shells. Weaponry first, then shiny thing. I think I need to go around the box. Where is the sparkly thing? Maybe I didn't have to go around the box. Oh, I had to turn way further left than you'd expect. There's another dormitory key. All of this just to get another key. I suppose under ordinary circumstances it would not be going nearly as far out of your way to get to it. Even if it is weird that it was downstairs, past a hidden ladder, in order to get to it. There we go. Now we'll have it actually acknowledge it as the number 3 key. And I'm surprised. I actually remembered that it was the number 3 key, not the number 1 key. Even though I didn't acknowledge it verbally. But I think we don't need to be down here at all anymore. Because we were already in this room. And we've now been in the other 2 rooms down here. Well, actually, there is going to be a time where we're going to want to be down here. Because of this. I do believe. But one problem at a time. But I don't remember if now that we've drained the water that that's dealt with or not. I think they will still try to attack you, by the way, as they're flopping around if you get too close. Because you may have noticed the one starting to rotate a little bit towards us. That's all done and dusted. I have to once again point out my appreciation for the fact that this game lets you know when something no longer has a use. Because that is always such a problem in games with lots of key items and no specific storage for them. It's like, okay, I need to get rid of something to make some space, but I don't know if this has a use anymore or not. Will I be screwed if I throw this away? Is always a fear. A very real and very strong fear. But having just the immediate prompt of this item doesn't do anything anymore removes that entirely. Makes it very easy to just chuck it away and not need to think any further about it. The only thing you gotta worry about is if it ever gives you a false answer on that. Which would be really screwed up, but would be very funny. Just it pops up like something like, this item totally doesn't have any other uses. Let's actually start combining these shotgun shells so we stop having such a big pile. I don't know how many they stack up to. I feel like we learned that last week and I forgot. But I feel like this will combine just fine. Yep. So we got what, like 31 shotgun shells? Because I think we fully loaded the shotgun before we put it away. Yeah, so we have 31 shotgun shells and 75 pistol bullets now. That's pretty good. That's way better than where we were before. And we still have a first aid spray, a full heal herb, a couple blue herbs, a couple greens. Not too shabby. Let's move this green up to be with the others, just so I can keep track of them a little easier. Things around because I realized I'm covering something. There we go. I realized I was covering part of the activity feed, so I couldn't read anything. I don't know how that ended up happening, and I didn't fully process it. So then again, considering it's my Firebot window that was covering it, it actually kind of fulfilled the other part of the text there, because it has its own activity feed that matches. It just isn't fully aligned, so it started to look weird. Let's see. One of these rooms near her was room number 3. I think it was back past where the bees are. Now, this was room 2. Room 3 is past this door. I think this is the one marked 3. Yep, there we go. Key 3 is now useless. Oh, wait. Now, what's behind door number 3? Another very similar room, because it's almost like this dormitory was designed to be a lot of the same layout over and over again, as a dormitory more often than not should be. That guy's got bullets near him. We won't deal with him right now. But we probably should, because we will make a profit on bullets there. Let's just look in here first. Did not like how the camera was in this room. I was very suspicious of it. Okay, we need to come back with the red book. But we'll go ahead and take the white book. V-Jolt report. As I stated in the last report, there are some common features found in the cells of the plant infected with the Tyrant virus. What is known as T-virus? What do you know? You now know what the T stands for. We also have found another interesting fact through some experiments. We found an element that destroys these plant cells rapidly in UMB number 16, one of the series of UMB chemicals that we used for that experiment. We named this UMB 16 as V-Jolt. In our calculation, it will take less than 5 seconds to destroy Plant 42 if we put the V-Jolt directly on the root. You need to mix some of the UMB series chemicals in a specific order to create V-Jolt. But the UMB series chemicals may generate a poisonous gas which is harmful to the human body. Extreme caution should be taken when handling these chemicals. Following are the types of UMB series chemicals and their brief characteristics. I'm gonna go ahead and take a picture of this as well, because I don't remember which parts of the information we need. So I'm just gonna get it all marked off. There we go. Just bear in mind, the result ends up brown. It's UMB number 2, red, NP003, purple, UMB number 4, green, yellow 6 is yellow, UMB number 7 is white, UMB number 13 is blue with a stimulating smell. And that's it. Of course, we'll be able to pull the report up with us the whole time, but it's easier, debatably, if I just pull the thing up on my phone, because I then don't have to go back and forth from menu to menu. It's the same ability we would have, just with less menuing. Now we gotta go back and get the red book. So I forgot that it was this room. I, for some reason, thought it was the last of the dormitory rooms that I needed the red book in. Otherwise, I would have brought it with me. Because again, I have the information in my brain, it's just all jumbled because it's been so long since I've interacted with the information, and I didn't do it by hand myself when I had seen this done before. Doing it yourself can help it stick in your brain better in some cases. Like, it varies from person to person to a certain degree on that one. Sometimes I've met people that doing it by hand doesn't do anything for them on that regard. They can see it and remember it just as well as if they had done it. There's some things I can remember that way, but not everything. Memory is just interesting in general, though. Like, how people remember things, what specifically sticks out for people. Even when a handful of people remember the same thing, because of their differences in perspectives, the memories are actually all still completely different. Like, all of that's just interesting. It's another one of those weird things about how the brain works that are just, again, interesting. There's really not any two ways about that. It's interesting because it's weird. Because if you compare it to, like, how data is stored, it's not really the same thing entirely. Da-na-na-na, spooky secret bookcase slides to the side. Except it wasn't the one we put the book on, it was the other one. Oh yeah, I found the plant. Don't walk towards it, you fool. What are you doing? Ow. Oh, gotta go. Oh, door's locked again, huh? So yeah, now we have access to a different part because reasons. So yeah, that was Plant 42 right there. That was the main body of it. You enjoyed with that encounter. I forget if you're supposed to fight it so you can get to the other side and then you deal with it, or if you're supposed to deal with it first. I might die here. Though it is interesting that it didn't just drink us dry when it grabbed hold. Is there anything I need in here with it? Is there even anything in here at all? Ow. Doesn't really seem to be anything in here unless there's something underneath the plant. There's a fireplace. Okay, can't reach the thing in the fireplace. So we probably need to deal with Plant 42 before we can get at whatever that is. Which we have access to its root system, so we can attack it with V-Jolt. We just have to be able to make V-Jolt. Which we know the recipe for V-Jolt already. Oh no, the botany book's just the medicinal herb one. Okay. You'll notice we are missing a file or two. Like, there's a gap between these notes here, for example. I think that might have been something I read and then died after reading, and I just forgot to read it again. Like, there's a world in which I just light a fire in the fireplace to get at the thing that Chris can't reach. But I'm pretty sure I need to get rid of the plant first. Which I need to figure out where the chemicals are stored in order to figure out how to get rid of the plant. But we've been in most of the rooms now, aside from the one locked with the keypad. So maybe I'm just missing the information about how to open the keypad? Maybe there's a book I missed somewhere that explained what the keypad number is? Or there's something from last week that I'm forgetting that is the answer to the keypad. That is also possible. We also have the way that the pool cues were arranged in the shape of a clock to account for. Which, I think I should go back into that room. Because when I looked at the picture again, I saw something on the wall. And I don't know if that's a clock or not. It could either be a clock or a dartboard. Looks more like a dartboard. Yeah, it is just a dartboard. Okay. That's what I figured, but I wanted to double check. Because for all I knew, it could have been a clock masquerading as a dartboard. On the bright side, I don't think I activated the other spider now. Number 3 ball. Wait. I can interact with the individual pool balls? That's upsetting. Or could I only interact... No, there's the number 9. Oh, that's to mark the positions. Welcome in, Unwanted Truth. Hope you're doing well. Oh, speaking of unwanted things, hello, spider. Yes, we got a 3 over here and a 9 across from me. So it's definitely trying to indicate the time that it's pointed at. But we already have a picture of that, so we don't need to worry too much about that right this second. Yeah, possibly. You know. It's fine. He can't fit back here, so he's not really an issue. Scoot on past him again. Loop him around the table. Broken pinball table. Yeah, these spiders aren't too bad. Okay, that isn't a thing on top of the barrel. I'm just double checking a couple things to make sure we're not missing something while I have him occupied over there and confused. Nope. Looks like that information is all that this room's for. Okay. So that resolves that question mark. We already resolved everything in here. Yeah, because we already grabbed everything we could in here and did the whole desk key and everything. The randomizer is very interesting. This is technically my first time actually playing it myself, but I have seen it done endless amounts of times, so I have a decent array of knowledge. It's just foggy. But I do have intentions of eventually toying with Biorand. That's one of the many layers of why this is happening now, and the other layer being it was requested when I had run a donathon not too awful long ago. Let's see, I know I don't need to get rid of the other spider. I know I don't need to do... I mean, I can try to just start a fire over there and see if that is what that's supposed to be, but I feel like I'm missing a step with that thought. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to be at the step where I'm mixing Vigil, because we have the information on mixing it and we found the roots involved. But I'm forgetting where the right room is. But, for sake of argument, let's see if I can interact with that fireplace before we kill it. I'm kind of amused by the concept of just getting away with doing that without having dealt with it. If this gets me killed, you know what? I'll die for the joke. That's fine. I should have brought a smaller herb with me so I don't burn a good heal for it, though. Oh, absolutely. That's the wonderful thing about things like randomizers and hacks and such, is they do exactly that. They give you a reason to play something again. Why did this move back into place? Weird. Huh. Oh, right, because it locked behind us, I have to use the other door. That's why it locked behind us, is because the bookcase slid back into place. Yeah, but it's unfortunately not too shocking with when they came out. I think if they had made something like the Outbreak games these days, they would have been a huge success. With them being on the PS2, little trickier. Ow. We're not in danger yet, so I think we're okay. Okay, enough, anyway. Really doesn't want me to look at that. He knows. He knows what I'm planning. Yeah. You're not wrong about that, but that's just the way Capcom is. There we go. There's the interact point. Okay, this isn't the answer. I didn't think so, but I wanted to try it since it's a fireplace, and lighting a fire would make sense. Or at the very least, we do need to deal with the plant first, if I am right. Yeah, Capcom has let a lot of things die, so I'm not overly shocked that they would rather just make random other things than continue an idea that people in their fan base cared about. Yeah, ain't that the truth? So, mixed feelings on that one, honestly, because yes, it's bad that Konami has basically just left doing anything with their stuff of particularly, but at the same time, at least it's not getting dredged up and reused in ways people don't want either. So I can see an either or there. You know, better to let it see it die peacefully rather than have it be dragged through the mud before it dies. These type deal. Forgetting a step somewhere. For some reason, I think I have to go back to the mansion for this, but that doesn't sound right. It sounds more like I'm forgetting something more than I have the right idea by going back. Unless maybe now in that storeroom? But no, they're not usually about that. True. Well, that we know of. There's a few things in Capcom's history that could be construed that way. Whether that's actually how any of that played out is a lot more questionable, though. So, you can say that about a lot of companies as well, where there are productions that ended just to throw somebody under the bus. Scoot back past these right quick and go... Of course they're going to manage to go back and forth in the exact pattern that I need them not to do. Grab this. I didn't come out here for this, but I'll grab this to... as soon as the damage is done by the dogs. Except Chris doesn't want to turn because he's an idiot sometimes. There we go. So I'm probably going to need to use the double now because I got bit a couple more times. No, we're fine. I do feel like I'm going back needlessly right now, but I want to check something. This is not what I wanted to check. There's something behind the water, but we can't do anything about that right this second. That's where the battery goes. That is not the path I was trying to take either. Wait, no, this is where the battery goes. I had the right one. They just look the goddamn same. Thank you, camera. Very cool. Goodbye. And this is why I didn't want to go back without needing to, but I have a feeling that there's something back over here that I forgot. Because I didn't take the other path over here. There's the snakes again, but thankfully they drop in every time, so you don't really have to worry about them too much. So I think if we leave the room going out this way, they'll once again resume being on the ceiling. You know, the ceiling that's totally there in an outdoor section. That's not to worry about it too much. Even more herbage out here if I need it. Which we are in caution. We may as well munch a bit while we're here. Because I didn't bother to haul all of these over. I feel like I overshot where I was trying to get back to, though. I don't have a map for out here, do I? Oh, no, I do. It's actually a room connected to here, apparently, that I didn't open. So I think that might be what I was thinking about. Is it this door? Looks like it would be this door. No, we came from here. This is how we got into this area in the first place. But I think it was because it was changing areas that it didn't show it on the map. I remembered popping up next to all of those herbs. This is where I didn't go, though. But, yeah, that's what I was afraid of. This is not actually helpful at all. This is why I had skipped that, but I started second-guessing myself. There is areas we do not have access to right now, but exactly that is, you can see the elevator marker we just walked away from leads to that area down on and left from here. And then the other one's what was behind the waterfall. So we can't go to either of those. So, no, I was right thinking we were done in here. I just questioned too much. do I find the chemicals to make Vigil? We don't have any new keys or anything, so there'd be no real reason for us to go back. So Rebecca knew about a lot of chemicals, but I'm pretty sure those were all just specifically for an excuse to have her be able to heal you, so I don't think that's relevant to what we're doing. I also seem to recall the whole situation over there with Plant 42 being self-contained. I just don't remember where the chemicals are. So I might have wasted my time coming out here. But if I'm gonna end up wasting time, I may as well collect a few more herbs to take with me then. Because you can never have too many herbs in your storage. This back up to fine, then pick this one up. Oh. Now, having wasted our time, let's go back then. All the tea in the world is not going to defog my brain enough as far as this topic goes. We can't close that path and still get across, so I don't think there's any reason for us to bring the crank back here right now. The crank clearly has another use. This is one of those weird situations that technically it retains a use because it's reusable. Which that would be believable, but let's not go down that line of thought right now. Goddamn path blocking dogs. Sometimes they just happen to hook just right to screw your entire path through there. And I'm sure there's ways to manipulate that, I just can't be bothered. Or to sit here and figure their movements out enough to do that. Munch that, and now it's as if nothing happened. And we're up one red herb, which, not really that relevant at the moment, but it'll be useful later. Like, I have an image in my head of where I'm supposed to be, but I do not have a memory of how to get there. There's also that unfortunate continuous crossing in mind of both paths in this game. So, I don't remember if Jill has to deal with the whole Vigil thing. Or is she the one that uses V-Jolt and you actually have to, like, fight the plant as Chris? I don't remember. There's too much shit I don't remember. But if they gave me the notes on making V-Jolt, you would figure I'm expected to make it. Did it mention anywhere in here about where it's stored? No. It did not specifically mention where any of this is stored. We still don't have a code for this door. I still get that itch in the back of my brain that I missed where that code is. So this thing on the table next to the bees was just for the key. Nope. Finally got by the bees. Did I actually get poisoned? Find out in a second. I just came in here to get away from the bees for a second. Because this is where we walked into the plant's room. I don't think there's anything else in here. No. Oh right, there was the zombie in here who had bullets under his feet that I said I was going to deal with in order to get his bullets. I suppose we may as well just deal with you then. Because he's gonna give me more bullets, so this is a reasonable exchange, and there might be something in here. And this is a really awkward one to try to play keep away with because this bathroom's so small. But I feel like this was a useless bathroom other than the bullets. Yep, it sure was a completely useless room other than the bullets. That's what I was afraid of. But we are still up a handful of bullets from that exchange. We gained 8. Not the greatest exchange in the world, but it is still an exchange in the positive. Well, there's one thing we can do, I guess, as a means of cutting to the chase here. Well, technically there's 2 things I can do to cut to the chase here. I could save, and then attack the plant to see if I'm supposed to, like, disable it temporarily to do something else. Even though I know for a fact the V-Jolt is supposed to allow me to defeat the plant. Or I just pop open a guide to remind me of what our current step of operation is. Because I'm clearly forgetting something. It's a very similar case to the piano issue we had before. Of I know I'm on the right line of thought, but I'm missing a step. And in the interest of not having this be another hour long, what am I doing? We're gonna go ahead and just do that. Ah, okay. Yep. That's what I overlooked. So remember how I was paying attention to the positioning of those pool cues? Yeah, that's not what you need out of that at all. It's actually a bit of a red herring that they mention that it looks like a clock. The fact that it looks like a clock has nothing to do with the information you need out of it. And that's where I was going wrong. This is why I checked, because I knew I was on the right track, but getting something wrong. So we have a 9, 6, and a 3. Is what these numbers are for, is remember when I was questioning whether I was supposed to have the numbers for the keypad or not? Is we do have the numbers for the keypad. It's those numbers. Again, you may not realize that one because of the simple fact of it being indicated as a clock. Which, why would you connect a clock to this keypad? Like, maybe there's just a logic leap I missed here somewhere, but I don't see the connection. Oh, no, this isn't the one that needs numbers. This is a blackout. Oh, game. Okay. This is a different keypad entirely. But this, I presume, is related. Or it might actually be that the information I was just looking at is related to a different version or something. Because there's unfortunately too many versions of this game, so it makes it tricky to resolve things like that. And I have forgotten how to do this a bit, but there we go. Oh, it's not all off, it wants all lit, doesn't it? I assume it would have auto-activated if it was correct, so... There you go. Yeah, this is where we needed to be. Something's written on the wall. 1 plus 2 equals 3, 3 plus 4 equals 7, 2 plus 4 equals 6, 6 plus 7 equals 13, 13 plus 3 equals 16. Okay. I don't really know why you put basic mathematics on the wall. Ah. It's useless. Chris can't handle chemicals. We need to get Rebecca for this. That's why I was confused as far as the V-Jolt thing goes with Crisp, is like, I remembered we had to do something here. Water 1, red 2, purple 3, green 4. So let's go get Rebecca, I guess. So with the instructions being everywhere, you'd think even Caveman could handle mixing the chemicals necessary here. So Rebecca just appeared when we needed her in the piano room. So it's a little weird that she's not just showing up now. But we are further away. So I guess maybe that's why I was remembering that somewhere along the way here you had to go back to the mansion, was going back to get Rebecca? So she could mix the chemicals to make the V-Jolt to defeat the plant? Maybe. But then what are those numbers on the pool table for? And that may be another one of those ones, like I said, that it varies from version to version, but I'm going to mark down the fact that... Actually, no. No, those numbers don't matter. All that matters is the positioning of those hands, which is pointing to the 3 and the 6. Which would imply like 330 or something. Which would presumably be relevant to something somewhere. Or, you know, the search results that I've looked at very quickly could easily have just been wrong entirely, and I wasted my time looking at that information, even though it did clue me into the thing I needed. Really should just get rid of these dogs in this hallway. That would be a lot of ammunition. And there's so much healing in this area, specifically because you have to get past these dogs. Chris, please, get up the elevator, you damn fool. Assuming Rebecca hasn't moved, she'll be right back where we left her back at the other... her area. I assume it'll just be a matter of we run down here, we get her, we run back, she'll make the V-jolt for us. And then we will deal with the plant. There's no direct healing herbs left in here, there's just blue and red, so we'll just ignore those. I don't recall blue and red mixing to do anything of substance, but I may be remembering wrong in that regard. I'm pretty sure it's just red and blue, and then... I mean, red and green and green at this stage of things. I think later on in the series they start to have more mixes, but I think it's just those at the moment. I don't remember there being 3 herb mixing yet. There we go, we're back here. The fastest way to where Rebecca is... probably just to go down the stairs and across? We could just go across the top and then down the stairs. Actually, no, we're on the first floor already. But it might be better to go up and around so we don't have to go through another dog room. Because I didn't clear out the dogs in that long L-shaped hallway there either. They're just annoying to clear out. What? Why is there a helmet door that we didn't open? Did I just miss the helmet key somewhere? I thought I had opened every door. Yeah, that door isn't opened. Huh. Well, hopefully that doesn't come back to bite me. I thought I'd opened every key-related door in here. Hmm. That's fine. It's the way I want it to go. No, I think I'm going the wrong way, but I'm gonna check anyway. I think this is another door we can't open yet. Now that I'm remembering that we don't have helmet. Because this was another helmet door. Yeah. So either I still am missing the helmet key somehow, or the helmet key's like way later. Which I'd be impressed if I managed to go out of order somehow by not having that. Unless the helmet key is just purely optional, which it might be. I went the wrong way. Because we didn't go in there when we made the trip before. Get rid of that zombie right quick. Because that's the one we just keep ignoring. There's no reason for me to deal with him. Since every time you just pass through a door around that area, he gets sent to the opposite side. So he's just a non-issue. Now we're back in the middle. I do feel like there is another way I could be going back and forth. So I'm pretty sure we had discovered a better way at some point, and I'm just, like, forgetting entirely and doing a long roundabout way to get back and forth. But it doesn't matter. We're getting there, and that's the point. That's the part that matters. Yeah, because this clock doesn't work anymore, so I think the fact that the pool cues are in a clock shape might be not relevant for Chris. I don't know. There's a lot of talking out of my ass I'm doing here because I'm trying to pull pieces both from memory and from what I'm dealing with in front of me at the same time. Which I really should at some point learn to stop doing that. Because every time I do that, it gets me in trouble. Because we've reasonably proven that my memory cannot be entirely trusted.
Chris, take care! Chris, take care!
Okay, coming back for her was pointless. Good. Good. So there must be something I need to do to trigger her to appear over there, then? Because she would be the logical one to deal with chemicals for me. Or wait. Wait, no, I think I'm remembering something. Now, speaking of things I'm remembering, that's why we didn't go the shorter way, is because that jerk's still there. I never got rid of him. Actually, I should probably deal with him now that I think about it, because we're gonna need to come back to that keypad that's there. Nah. We'll just go the way we went a minute ago. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. So, you know, it's funny. It's funny that they say Chris can't handle chemicals. When we threw a bag of chemicals into the plant and thing in this area, it doesn't make sense. There's inconsistencies. And I know there's differences between those chemicals, but I'm being a pain. There's a piece missing to my routing, and I just gotta figure out where that piece is missing. Because we were expected to pass out from Yon's poison, and then Rebecca saved us then. I don't think we're supposed to have a similar situation happen here, but I'm running out of other ideas. And this would be another perfect case of I should save before I attempt a stupid idea. So a smarter man would have saved before he went on this trip out here, and then we could have just loaded back to being on the correct side of things. So I wouldn't have had to waste the healing I will have to waste when I get back there to put myself back in shape after getting chewed on by the dogs again. But, you know, attempts to conserve one resource ends up costing you another resource. Nothing particularly new or different about that as a concept. Hmm. Perhaps I should bring that other red with me. Then again, there is another green on the ground where we're going. But when we tried to grab that one last time, we ended up getting bit a bunch trying to do it. So I don't know if I want to do that again. Because, you know, the classic slow rotation problem. There we go. Like, at least it's not a long trip back over to this side. But it's still mildly annoying. And the simple fact of the matter ends up being, if Chris can't do the thing, what do we do? I forgot that the herb was right there. So I ended up doing a stupid, and we might pay for this. In blood, of course, as we do. Yep, we're in danger. Eat. And now they're on us pretty bad here. Okay. I think we're okay, though. I think we didn't come out of that as badly as I was worried we would. Because I had that heal on hand. Yeah, we're back and fine again. We did lose our double herb, which kind of sucks, but it's fine. We've done worse. What this means is I'm probably going to need to combine most of the greens I have left with reds just to make them relevant, though. Yeah, because we don't have very many greens left after all the back and forth I've done. Mostly fruitlessly, I will admit. Now I don't have the other red. That's less than ideal. So I was thinking correctly when I was thinking I should have brought another red with me. Oh well. 'Cause I didn't want to bring a red and then have nothing to mix it with, because, as we've mentioned before, they don't do anything on their own. Okay, let me do what I tried to do a minute or two ago, but do it better this time. And not just take the first result I see. I don't really need to worry about spoiling things for myself, because I know how all this plays out already. No, not that. Actually, yeah, this might be exactly what I need. No, but that's the remake version. Yeah, that is definitely the remake version. That is useless information. This has no areas marked, so it's a bit of a nightmare. That's clearly not correct information either. Don't need any of this information. I just need specifically what I'm supposed to do to deal with this goddamn thing. First dormitory. No, the box puzzle doesn't really take any amount of time. I don't know how you would end up having that take any real amount of time. Okay, that is what I thought. I was on the right track initially, and I should have just done what I usually do. We are supposed to fight Plant 42. I was barking up the entire wrong tree with the whole V-Jolt thing for Chris. But I think that's another one of those cases where the version differences fucked with my brain. So let's go loaded for bear, and let's go murder us a plant. So let me save before I do this, because we have done a fair bit since the last save, and this is a risky point where I could lose everything. Not that we would be that bad off if I died, because we know exactly what to do. But other than getting the healing items I used back, it wouldn't benefit us at all to die. So I'd rather not. Probably gonna keep that speed guide in the background there, just in case. Because basically what I did to get a guide that gets to the point quickly is I just looked at a speedrun guide that I found rather than worrying about a detailed guide, because I just needed the right bullet points of what I'm supposed to be doing right at this moment and at this area. And a speedrun guide will just tell you the bare minimum you need to do to get through, so it's the perfect answer in that situation. We are just in yellow, fine, but it should be okay. Can't believe I didn't just try fighting it first, since it's clearly laid out as a fight because it has a simple pattern of attacks it does. This is when you're in the room with it. But so many other things have been solved by puzzles in this world that it's just like, oh, it's probably a puzzle because it's the V-Jolt, yeah. And then I proceeded to pursue the wrong angle. That does beg the question, though, why is the V-Jolt file even in Chris's path at all? Why does that item exist if it doesn't help you? I guess it's background information? But yeah, part of the reason I saved is I'm not entirely 100% sure how to hurt this thing. Like, clearly it's taking damage by me shooting it, but I don't know if, like, there's a better spot to shoot or anything. Still in caution. I think I can take one more of those before I end up in danger. Yep. Now we fully heal. And it's dead. Well, not really dead, it's just shriveled. Oh, and it's coming back. Is there something else I was supposed to do while it was shriveled then? There probably was something under it or something. Oh, nope, I just needed to do it twice. I'm a little worried about the amount of shells I burnt doing that, but We did the thing. Yeah, because now we arbitrarily can grab the key. He couldn't reach it before. But, you know, now that the plant's not there, he can totally reach it somehow. And there's the helmet key that was missing. All of that just for the helmet key. Right side, that wasn't as much of an expense as I was worried it was gonna be. Good night, ABC. But I suppose that's why we didn't get any information hinting at as to how to open the door for the thing either. Ooh, somebody's fighting.
Wesker!
Oh, hey, it's Wesker.
Chris, you're alive.
My words exactly. Where's Jill? Aren't you with Jill?
I'm sorry. We were attacked by a strange monster. I lost track of her while we were scouting around. I hope she's okay.
I see. Well, it's not your fault. This place is crazy. If we stay here, all of us will end up dead. What should we do, Wesker?
We have to complete this mission. Whether we escape or stay and look for Jill, we don't have many bullets left, and we can't even protect ourselves. We're still in trouble. Chris, there are a lot of locked rooms in that house. Check them out one more time. There must be a place to hide safely. I'll look around the house a little more.
Okay.
Let's get going.
As he wanders off back into here and leaves us to our own devices again. But hey, he killed the bees. Look at him. Stomp those bees into oblivion. So interesting that they were out here. That's not the room they were in. No, the tentacle didn't attack me this time. Huh. So I guess things have changed because that happened. Now, unfortunately, we are gonna have to run back across in order to get to where the helmet keys doors are. Which is a mild inconvenience. We don't need both the shotgun and the pistol anymore. Honestly, we didn't really need both to begin with, and I probably should have used my pistol bullets to kill Plant 42 instead of using the shotgun. In hindsight, I should have realized I was supposed to just fight Plant 42, because, as I had said before, Chris's path is more combat focused, rather than puzzle solving. Wait. Oh, the dogs are just gone. Well, that's convenient. I suppose that should be your indicator that you are supposed to be going back now, as the threat has been removed. Dogs are still here, though. Made it without getting touched, though, so we're good. Game, please. Use the ladder. There you go. Almost got bit by the snake for the first time. Would have been really awkward. And to think, we could have had so many more healing items if I had just not run back and forth across here a couple times. But such is the price of doing business when you don't remember where you're going. There are a couple blue herbs sitting there, but I don't want those. I'm pretty sure we're past the worst of the things that can poison me. We really didn't get poisoned very much. I think we got poisoned, what, once? Out of all of that? Which is pretty good, all things considered. Like, we got poisoned once by Yawn, but that was required. We got poisoned once by a spider, and then we killed one of the two spiders, and then never had to deal with that again.
What? It must be a STARS radio. It's a little bit broken, but it might still be usable. I'll take it with me.
Yeah, we found a radio. Wonder whose radio that could be. Makes you wonder what happened to Chris's radio. But maybe he just never had one. And now things get complicated. And now is when I'm wondering if I should have kept the shotgun. Because I knew these things were coming. They're also really fast. These are, I believe, the hunters.
What are they? Monsters? Rebecca! Is she still in the house?
Yeah, you know, worrying about Rebecca, probably a good idea. Worrying about getting away from the hunters, also a good idea. Yeah, they're fast. They hit pretty hard. They, I believe, also take quite a lot of firepower to bring down. So that's not great. I think it'll still be here if I go back, but I need to go back. Unless I want to go through the dog hallway, which I don't particularly favor that idea. We're just gonna scoot through before he has a chance to realize I'm here. This way we can go up and around like we've been doing. Oh, there's one in here too, though. Because that's gonna be a thing, is there's gonna be a bunch of them scattered around the mansion now. And I, for one, don't remember where all the spawns for them are gonna be. Except one of them's right there. So that's good. He is, what do you know, conveniently right in our path to get to what I'm trying to get to. We also have access to the radio. Which, I guess we'll do something at a very specific point in time. He's blocking our path, though, so I do need to deal with him. Okay, he's dead. We are also nearly dead as a consequence of dealing with him, though. Let that be a note of how dangerous those things are, and why I was regretting not having the shotgun in hand when those showed up. Because the shotgun would make quicker work of them, and they're one of the reasons why I was trying to hang on to shotgun shells. But I forgot that that was the exact point they appeared at. Now we're over here. In a completely new room. The fireplace. There's a hole in the fireplace. And I know the game wanted me to go check on Rebecca. Hi. Now there's a hole in the floor. We might die here. Now we can leave the room. I don't know if leaving the room benefits us at all. I'm pretty sure he's still gonna be there when we come back. It'll be really funny if he just despawns because we left the room. Yep, he's still there. And we're dead. So, good news, we can now do that whole bit, but better. Bad news, well, we're dead. As we can load back to before we fought Plant 42. Kill Plant 42 again. And this time keep the shotgun instead of putting the shotgun away. Is there anything else that would be useful to me? Not particularly. We're once again getting towards that awkward point of inventory where our supplies are not the best. So instead of triggering the return of Yawn, next time let's actually go check on Rebecca straight away instead of herring off in the direction of a helmet key door. Currently still fine, because I didn't get slapped around this time and take extra damage. Why am I not hitting anymore suddenly? Probably got knocked around a bit. I wasn't aligned anymore. I really should stop just standing here tanking the acid. Probably. Because it is dripping very quickly here. Of course, having to reposition has its own issues. We might lose this time because I'm trying to save ammo. Yep. God damn it. I think I may have to just use the shotgun just so we don't just keep dying here. Because we emptied a lot of pistol rounds into that thing and it just didn't care. The only fear I have with that is that may leave us with not enough shotgun shells for everything else we need to deal with. And I just don't want to have to run through everything we did before I did the trip back and forth. Because I know for a fact I'll end up missing something. And we'll end up with a whole other loop around because of that. So our options are either bring in more healing, which leaves us with less healing left, or just accept the fact that I'm using up shotgun shells. And I think it's just going to be a matter of I'll accept the fact that I'm using up shotgun shells for this. Because we only had to heal once when we fought it with the shotgun. We'd have to heal more than once to defeat it if I tried to not use the shotgun. Though we have more shells than I thought we did, so we should be okay. Because I think we had to reload the shotgun, what, once? As well? And we missed a few shots, so... Because we were trying to figure out where the angling was. I'm just not sure if it's a good idea to just stay still like I was. There's one reload of the shotgun. We've gotten a lot of hits in before it's done anything to harm me, though. Nice. This did take more ammo than I had intended, but if it takes less healing, that's not the worst situation it could possibly have been. So we now have very few shells for all future problems, so that's not ideal. But I think it only does take a couple shells to deal with a hunter, so maybe it's okay. We did only end up in caution after dealing with that, though, so swings and roundabouts a little bit here. Like, either way, it's fine, but I would have rathered, I think, keep the ammo. But we've done it now, so it's too late to worry about it. Of course, we have to sit through this scene again because I can't skip it.
Wesker!
So, you know, Wesker fans enjoy seeing him again.
Chris, you're alive.
My words exactly. Where's Jill? Aren't you with Jill?
I'm sorry. We were attacked by a strange monster. I lost track of her while we were scouting around. I hope she's okay.
I see. Well, it's not your fault. This place is crazy. If we stay here, all of us will end up dead. What should we do, Wesker?
We have to complete this mission. Whether we escape or stay and look for Jill, we don't have many bullets left, and we can't even protect ourselves. We are still in trouble. Chris, there are a lot of locked rooms in that house. Check them out one more time. There must be a place to hide safely. I'll look around the house a little more.
Okay.
Let's get going.
It does make you wonder why he directs you to find somewhere to hide rather than A, finding Jill, or B, finding a solution to our problems. But you know you know as to why his directions may not necessarily make sense. I probably should just keep the shotgun and the pistol on me, based on how many shells we have left. And the fact that we're going to be walking into a nightmare when we get over there. Let's think for a second here, though. Do I want to use my combined herb, or do I just use a regular green here? Because we're in caution, which is pretty bad, and I think a regular green would only put me to yellow fine, not full health. But I think that'll be okay? Yeah, see, we're yellow fine. So we're like at the low end of fine. Very easy to be put back into the danger and caution. And I don't think there's gonna be a reason for me to carry the 2 shotgun shells. As much as, well, no, I'm gonna end up using enough shells like immediately that I may as well carry them. Because we'll just reload them in. We don't need to be that frugal. Though, maybe I should have just brought the green with... No, because I couldn't have kept that green herb. And kept the 2 shotgun shells, unless I, like, left the pistol ammo behind or something. And there is a storage box on the other side. I could have just left the shells till I got over to the other side. That would have been a move as well. Is we could have combined the green herb that I used up with a red herb that was over here, and then made myself gain more health. But I wouldn't have been able to pick up the red herb to combine it anyway, actually, so that wouldn't have worked. Oh wow, one of those snakes, like, tried to attack him immediately. I heard him. He was out for blood. He was too slow. It's a good thing that radio we pick up along the way doesn't count as an inventory item. That would be a problem. No, wrong way. And we won't deal with this initial hunter still because there's no reason for us to. He's a complete irrelevant opponent. He's there to scare you and teach you that hunters exist. And then you can just bail away from him. I don't know if I can skip his scene because of the fact that we saw it already.
Radio. It's a little bit broken, but it might still be usable. I'll take it with me.
So that may also be masking him getting loaded into this room, so it may not be skippable. Oh, nope, I can skip it. It's just gonna hover here for a second. Because, again, the loading has to happen. Okay, hold that thought, buddy. Let me do a bit of a pathing thought here. If I go to the room next to me, that's a dead end. If I go to the room I went to before, that leads upstairs. There is a locked room here, like in our immediate vicinity. Except I ran the wrong way and ran right into his arms. Since we took 2 hits, I'm probably going to need to heal.
What are they? Monsters?
Okay, we still have that scene no matter what room you run to.
Is she still in the house?
It's interesting that you can have that scene anywhere. They actually, like, set that up. Wow, we took 2 hits and we're still fine? Interesting. Is there even anything in this room? There's the lights. Oh, that is useful, just not right now, because I don't have a means of using that. There we go, now we can read this. Eagle of East, Wolf of West. No, it's not a readable book, it's a carry book. Well, that's annoying. I think I came in here for nothing, then. Because we don't have any inventory space. Just have to remember that that book's there. Which also means we're gonna have to deal with the hunter some more. I went out the wrong door, and I know it, but I'm resetting him so we can more easily get through that door without just getting chewed. Because we got away with getting hit a couple times already, and I'm not gonna risk getting hit more. Because we're gonna have that close encounter of the hunter kind upstairs, after all. Not to mention the one that's down here. Which, if Chris had followed directions, wouldn't have got him, but he didn't take the input the first time, so we got tapped again. Now we're in caution. think I can get away with taking one more hit. But instead of going... Oh, fuck me. Well, this is a problem. And that's why you want the shotgun for them, because you can keep knocking them over with it. Well, the fact that there's two of them up here is upsetting. But, on the bright side, there's now only one of them up here. We can actually go this way and just ignore that helmet door that has the return of Yawn for the moment. That might not be the worst idea. Just go this way for the moment. I'm pretty sure we do have to come back there, but like I was saying about going and checking on Rebecca first. Oh, but this is a problem. There's so many hunters that are blocking hallways. It's the same problem as the zombies. You can't get around them because there's no room. So the one that's over here, I think we can take with the pistol. Or, you know, he's just gonna close that gap instantly, and I'm gonna get put in... You know what? This is fine. Oh, he's got a fucking friend. God damn it. Wow, this segment is a lot worse than I remember it being. This really sucks. It's like, hey, do you want hunters everywhere? Good news! There are hunters every fucking where. And they block the camera enough that you can't see where the door is. They try to warp around them. Is there one in here too? I don't hear footsteps other than mine, so maybe not. Maybe I can actually gather my thoughts for a millisecond without a hunter chewing on me. Not that there's anything over here for us. I hate it here. Place is overflowing with goddamn hunters. Okay, he's over there. Or now. That was the plan, is that I was assuming that they wouldn't block you going the way you need to from a nearby door. So if I walked through that door, he would then be placed elsewhere. And I was correct. Problem is, there's only so much you can manipulate that to get them out of your way. And we only have 4 shotgun shells left. And no means of saving so far. So, awkward. If I thought I could trust myself to quick swap, like swap the shotgun, blast them over, and then switch to the pistol to fight, I would do that. But I also don't trust the way this loads in and out to cooperate with a plan like that either. That screen transition screwed me. And that's the problem with hunters. They're so fast that they can easily just multi-hit you like that. Because I didn't get a chance to do anything there. He hit me, jump after the jump, and then slashed my head off before I had a chance to react after he hit me. I needed to have blasted him out of the air. Yeah, you may as well just keep that copy-pasted, Yura. You're gonna be saying that a lot at the rate this is going, because these hunters are kinda bullshit. Understandable. With bonus points probably for the times where Chris's head gets ripped off. now I have to walk all the way back from the guardhouse again, sit through Wesker yammering on again. Oh, and fight Plant 42 again. I forgot about that part, where I have to fight the stupid plant again because of where I saved. 'Cause I wanted to be safe about the stupid plant, not remembering that hunters start spawning immediately afterwards and ruin your whole goddamn day. I mean, that's even further on top of it, yeah. So I either need to save some shotgun shells off this fight, or I need to figure out a much better path around the stupid goddamn hunters. Oh, you know what? That's also fair. Without context of what any of this was, they would have no reason not to have you there at the time. So that is definitely an easy path to childhood trauma. I went through the wrong door. Yeah, I don't know why you'd be expecting a 6-year-old to guide you anywhere. Like, I really can't think of a context where a 6-year-old will be a good guide. I don't know why that one blast just kind of missed. Okay, now that it's shriveling up, maybe now we switch to the pistol. Yeah, that's fair. And I can see the easy path of, oh, you're a kid, you will understand these fancy video games better than I would. Wow, this thing's taking a lot of pistol shots. Honestly, I don't remember that well enough off the top of my head to have much meaning to that. It's been too long since I got any significant distance in 8. Even though 8 is one of the ones I do like. Jesus Christ. Okay, good, it died. Okay, that was a lot less efficient in terms of health, but we have a lot more shotgun shells left. Yeah, no, that still does not ring bells off the top of my head. I think the furthest I ever got playing 8 was disc 3, but that, again, that still doesn't mean I'm gonna remember anything off the top of my head for that, because that was a very long time ago. Like, I picked the game back up in recent times, but I did not sit down long enough to get very far. And then I also experimented with a randomizer that exists for it. But that also didn't go very far, because there's too many games.
Chris, you're alive.
My words exactly.
Which, the randomizer for 8 is weird.
I'm sorry. We were attacked by a
Every
strange
Final
monster.
Fantasy's a test of patience.
Lost track of her.
Let's be
While we
real.
were scouting
Those games are
around.
long-winded.
I hope she's okay.
I see. Well, it's not your fault. This place is crazy. If we stay here, all of us will end up dead. What should we do, Wesker?
Like,
We
this
have
may
to
be a
complete
controversial
this
stance, but
Whether
I
we
stand
escape
by
or
the
stay in
statement that
Loopville,
Final Fantasy is a
we don't
series
have
that
any
likes to hear
bullets
itself
left.
talk.
We can't even protect ourselves. We are still in trouble. Chris, there are a lot of locked rooms in that house. Check them out one more time. There must be a place to hide safely.
Speaking of
I'll
likes
look
to hear
around the
himself
house a
talk,
little more.
we've heard enough from you, Wesker. This is the 4th time we're hearing this
Okay.
conversation.
Let's get going.
You're not wrong about that, and there's a reason why I don't play as many of them as others do, because I get very tired of some of the extraneous bits of those. Because there's very few that don't have at least a few parts that are just, these don't need to be here, these are just here making the game longer. Okay, let's go ahead and heal. Because I already used the healing I was carrying. And I just have to pray that the shotgun shells I saved by taking more damage are going to be enough to do anything. Yakuza's another one that I feel kind of dances on that it's a bit too long scenario. But it's one of those things where, and this applies to every single thing we discussed here, is it's only too long if you're not as invested in the loop it's doing at the time and what it's trying to tell you. And you hit the nail on the head in the second part there. Is that it's fun. As long as you're enjoying it, it does not feel as long-winded. But as soon as you fall out of that loop, you realize just how long these things are. And that's kind of why I've hit the point where I prefer shorter experiences, because it's very rare for me to find something that's long that doesn't lose me at some point and make me realize just how long I've spent on that thing. Because as I've discussed before, almost every game has that one moment in it somewhere that loses you as a player, or for one reason or another. Like right now, even if I was immersed in this game and actually scared by it at all, at this point I would be annoyed. Which is why I don't touch visual novels at all, yeah. Like, in my mind, they're a good thing to riff on, and that's about the extent of the use I have for visual novels. And even then, I don't care enough to do that either. Hey, if that works for you, that works for you. It's just not something I have any use for. But I also understand that once you start something, you want to finish it too, so I fully get that angle. Nope, I understood the reason you ended up in that position. Gestures at a handful of things I've done in the past, vaguely. I don't even need to pick one because people can picture like 4 or 5 when I say that.
What? It must be a STARS radio. It's a little bit broken, but it might still be usable. I'll take it with me.
But I should have enough shells to clear the worst of the hunter problem out. It won't be able to deal with all of them, but it should be enough to clear. Oh yeah. That is the entire reason the original version of Resident Evil's worth playing. Is the voice acting is incredible. And the intro is also phenomenal in the cheesiest ways. Let's see. Let's. Ow. Wrong door, but we'll take it. That's the way this is.
What are they? Monsters? Rebecca! Is she still in the house?
Acting. Yeah, no, look at this hallway right here, for example. This place is riddled with these tiny-ass hallways. It's misery. Look at how this corridor turns. It's just right angles upon right angles, and you could barely fit a person through these hallways, let alone, say, if somebody had a wheelchair. Oh yeah, no, furniture getting through here is also horrifying. I'd rather deal with the monsters than try to move a couch through here. At least the monster would kill me quickly. Speaking of, gotta go right now. Gotta go. Because then they'll have a different reason to kill me. Like, you're just giving the monsters more reasons to try to eat you. Exactly. You cheating son of a bitch. He was on his last hit, but for some reason when he jumped, the shell just, like, warped through him, I guess. Okay. Now we can find out what's on this side, I guess. Oh no, we know what's on this side, and it's awful. I hate it here. Everywhere we go is bad. Because if we go back this way, we have to deal with the wounded yawn. If we go the other way, we have 2 hunters at least in the way. I mean, to be fair, this was a mansion. I would have to assume that the people that used to live here before it got turned into an evil, spooky, secret lab had money. Oh, there's a few windows, but there's a lot of hallways and such with no windows, yeah. But, like, they had to have had money, and they probably had servants and such. Yeah, I almost want to say that I spoiled things by saying there's a secret lab here, but there's literally notes that we've already read heavily implying that there's a lab around here. Let's see if we can make this work. Dun dun dun, Yawn isn't dead. I don't even know if I'm supposed to be fighting this again, or if I'm supposed to jump in the hole or something. In fact, can I even get to the hole now? Nope. Oh, that reload's gonna kill me. Get in the hole, you fool! Nope. He got into the death animation before I could get in the hole. Welcome to Tedium, everybody, where we're going to be repeating the same thing 30 times because we're in an awful position and they decided to save all of the danger and difficulty for this segment of the game. Hope you're ready, because we're going to be here all day. For everyone's sanity, I think after I kill the plant this time and get back over to the other side, I'm gonna put down a save state just because otherwise we're gonna waste a lot of our time. Because there's nothing engaging about doing this over and over again. There is nothing beneficial to this. Outside of the small case like we just had where I saved more shotgun shells, which I now can almost certainly repeat doing. We will just save on time. And and someone can go ahead and cry about authenticity all they want, and I will just welcome them to repeating this themselves all they want. I am not masochistic enough to sit here and waste my time and everybody else's getting murdered over and over again. I will leave that to other people. Here we go again. Exactly. Oh great, he actually attacked this time. Literally 6 attempts of this, and he never swung at me. This time he happens to take a swing at me. I hate it here. Are we having fun yet? Don't get acided. There we go. Stay away from the acid until the thing reforms so I can attack it again. I'm gonna get some more acid burns now, but that's fine. Okay, now we dumped a bunch of pistol ammo into him. Now we switch back to the shotgun to finish the job. Hopefully before it kills me. Okay. And we've now more or less repeated what we did moments before. Except I think I may have either slightly more or slightly less shotgun shells left. Not entirely sure. I didn't count. I do know for a fact we're back in the same exact position health-wise that we were last time. Actually, no, I think we're slightly better, because I think I had to heal before I killed it, so I got hit one more time. So I think we have a very slight improvement there. Yes, yes, Wesker, I know. You're gonna tell me to do the thing again. In fact, you know what? Here, we're gonna do a thing. There we go. Yeah, fun fact, this has a speed up. And I've had that ready to go the entire time. Like, hello, and goodbye. Yeah, I know. You may as well. I'm pretty sure there is a picture of him as a cat out there somewhere. I'm pretty sure that does exist. It's the internet, it has to exist. Bring this heal with me this time too. Even though we're gonna have 0 inventory space again, because God forbid did Chris have deeper pockets than this. Ignoring all these places where pouches and such clearly are shown, he can only fit like 6 things on his person anyway. But we'll be back on the other side here in a moment. Then I'll put the save state down so we don't have to keep making this crossing over and over again. I would love to know why Chris stopped randomly there, because I was still doing the exact same input. I did not stop at any point, and he just kind of stutter-stepped for a second. And almost got himself bit. Which that would have been probably the most upsetting outcome here, is after all of those times having succeeded Right, I forgot the snakes appear here. I was about to put the save state down being bit by a snake. That would have been very unfortunate. Yet another downside to the endless repetition is it all starts to run together and you forget where anything is after a while. Because it all just turns into a meaningless brown and gray slurry of information. And if I wanted to stare at a brown and gray slurry, I'd go back to the 360 era. There we go, save state made. This way, when I die inevitably again, we just go back to this position instead of having to go all the way back again.
What?
Yes, it's a radio. Good for you, Chris. I'm glad you can recognize what a radio looks like. Anyway, moving on. Over here, trigger the cutscene. Oh, thanks, game. Thanks for facing me towards it again. Even though I purposely turned away from it. Thanks for that. I can't say that you're wrong about that, and I don't really want to agree with that statement entirely.
What are they? Monsters? Rebecca! Is she still in the house?
Okay, we're still in fine health, so we're fine. Just gotta get past this hunter again. So, I could either go back over there, or I can go try to get to Rebecca. The thing is, I don't remember if Rebecca even has a purpose at this point. I'm pretty sure she is just a flag for the future of the game at most at this point. Which is a harsh statement to make, but, you know, these are just facts. Of course. Once again, getting the cheap stun lock move off, because I can't trust this game to let me shoot him out of the air. Because all I can do is this very stiff upward angle, and I can't guarantee that that's going to aim where I want it to. Like, there comes a point where I really should just go for it and hope for the best, but we have so little ammo that a single shell thrown uselessly might be the death of me at any time. Also, with the shape that this thing's in, you would really think it wouldn't take that many shots to kill it. Oh, sure, that just misses for reasons. Yep, out of shells. Well, that's a shame. Yes, Chris, that clearly was the direction I wanted you to turn in. You ever get the feeling that what you're doing is a waste? Oh, there we go. No sooner did I start thinking I was wasting ammo bothering to shoot it. Did it die? This is a bad situation, though, because not only are we nearly dead, but we're out of shotgun shells. So we're probably going back to that save state here in a hot minute, because I'm betting no matter where I go, I'm going to find another hunter. Because God forbid there be anywhere without those things at this point. So he came out of the fireplace, but we can't go that way, so I guess the hole has to be the way. Oh, now you're were willing to look down the hole and go down the hole. You couldn't do that while the snake was chasing you, no. Not at all. Even though it would have been a very good idea to get the hell away from the snake. Oh, I think this is required. I think I know where we're going, and that's bad news with the state of our health. The good news is these are only regular zombies. The bad news is we have no health to even sustain a hit from them. Okay, that one died. Hey, look, shotgun shells. That's actually fantastic news. Bad news is we're now in a very awkward camera angle to deal with the other guy. It's a good thing I'm used to aiming in games that give me awkward angles. He's not done. He is absolutely not done. Get up. Now get back down. Okay. I think there might be a third one. No? Okay. It's a hell of a thing that down here in this area that is probably going to be more important than up in the mansion, there's just regular zombies. Oh, that's not a good sound. Oh, they're just eating. They're fine. Carry on. I'll just be over here. I might need what they're eating, but we'll deal with that at later. Howdy, Super Go-Getter. How you doing? Welcome to me being in a very awkward position, but we'll be fine, probably. Technically, yes. It's one of those weird situations where I've seen it done dozens of times, and I technically did play a little bit of this in the past. But this is going to be the first time actually fully clearing it. Hence why everything's going horribly wrong. Because this is not really a game that's first play friendly, for the most part. You're gonna grab me. I refuse to believe that you're not gonna grab me. Uh-huh. You sure are taking a lot of bullets. There we go. Since we're already in danger health, I can't afford to have him even touch me, because I think that would still kill. We really need to find an herb anywhere. Yes, I have. People will probably get mad at the only ones I've actually finished, but I have played the entire series. The entire series up till the newest ones. I have not played 7 or 8, because I had lost interest in the series by that point. Oh, cutscene. We'll address the rest of this in a second. Spooky hand. Oh, it's just you. But yeah, no, the only ones I've finished were 5 and 6, both in co-op at least once, and I had finished 5 by myself at least once as well. I had almost finished 4, but then I lost the save that had been nearly at the end, and I could just never be bothered to finish it at that point. Because this series really never grabbed me the way it did a lot of other people. I usually enjoyed the Alone in the Dark series a bit more, and I can't really put my finger on the difference, if you want me to be honest there. Aside from probably overexposure being part of Resident Evil's problem. is it is a very overly exposed series. Like, everybody talks about this series all the goddamn time. Like, even without the existence of streamers or YouTubers or anything, I don't think there would have been a single surprise in most of this series for me, because this was one of the few gaming series the average person even talked about. So, it would have all been ruined either way. Which is a shame. It's one of those unfortunate things. Okay, we're back here now. That helps, but also doesn't entirely help. Especially if those footsteps we heard was another hunter. If that's another hunter, we're hosed. If it isn't, we might be okay, depending on if we run into another hunter before I can get to a storage box. It's either that or I risk trying to find an herb somewhere down here. Since we do still have shotgun shells, I'm gonna risk the trip to the storage box. Worst case, we have a save leading back into this segment anyway, because we've already had to repeat it a few times. It is a hunter, and we're dead. Because I already had pulled up the shotgun and pressed the button in the time it took that to run up to me. You do not have the reaction time in this game to handle a situation like that. Not that long. The only reason this save state exists is because I would just have to refight Plant 42 for the upteenth time and walk across here. It's really not that long since then, but this is a time saver. Just so we don't waste the time walking back across. Because I was not stringent enough with my ink ribbons, and I don't feel like wasting everyone's time. Because that's genuinely what it would be at that point, is a waste of everyone's time. To have to repeat even more. Because there is no benefit to that.
What?
Like, that is the downside to a mechanic that involves using an item to save. I understand that it's meant to increase tension and it is meant to make you actually pay attention to your inventory management, but it does not actually benefit it once you really look at it. Is the tension is gone the 6th or 7th time you've had to do the same thing over. Like, if I was doing this to cheese it, I would absolutely have just put save states further forward. You can make that argument, but that argument only holds so far when you consider I know exactly what to do, and I'm not learning anything different by getting jumped by the same aim hunters when you can't really do that much else with the tools you have. The only other thing I could do is roll back further and spend more of my time to remanage my inventory, which would only be a mild change. Like, I don't disagree with your point, but in this specific scenario, it doesn't really wash entirely. And then there's shit like this, where that guy's specifically positioned so that you can't actually get him baited out, so he's guaranteed to hit you, more or less. But, you know, that's always a wonderful bit of cheap shottery. And I didn't even have to deal with that one. But I'm debating whether it would be worth my while to try to go somewhere else. And I don't think it would be. I think I just wasted the shotgun shells I needed for the return of Yawn. So an argument could be made for just throwing this attempt away already. Because we've already cleaned the mansion out of everything that isn't behind a helmet door. And the only other helmet door is all the way over there. There's the one floor down from us, but it has nothing I can use. So it doesn't help anything. So I think based on the damage I just took and the shells I just used, we might be hooped. Which really sucks. Which is the biggest downside to the survival horror genre, kind of as a general statement there. Oh, there's a list of why I'm having a problem. But which thing in particular are you looking at there? Is this maybe something that was already covered? Oh yes, I know there's another weapon to grab, but we would still have the same inventory space issue, but yes, that would make dealing with them easier. I just had no memory of where it was. And at this point, I don't know if it's worth pursuing it because of the fact that there's going to be hunters in the way of getting to it. Yeah, I really don't have faith in this attempt, but we're gonna give it a go anyway. It'd be really nice if Chris just had the brains to just jump down the hole instead of fighting the snake, because there's no reason to fight the goddamn thing. He wouldn't interact with the hole before. We can try again, just for sake of argument. But I feel like this is just gonna get me bit to death. Yeah, see, he just won't interact with it. And I already consigned this one as a failure, that's why I'm trying this again. Yep, he just won't go. He just won't jump in the hole. Ignoring the fact that it would make a lot more sense to just jump down that hole than try to fight this snake in close quarters. Yeah, the issue is we're at this point locked into this position because even if I went back, well, no, if I went back to the hard save at where Plant 42 is, we could go back and try to go get the gun. That would help deal with the hunters. But that would just be such a long trip out of the way. I'm willing to hear the suggestion. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. That was going to be the second part of what I was going to say, is the suggestion would only help if it wasn't just go 17 miles out of my way to go get the thing that I don't even remember where it is. Like, I understand the logic of your statement, and I don't disagree, but at this point, I don't know if it's worth the commit to do that. I can just do this a bit better, and it should be okay. It's just going to be kind of miserable. But the hunters are kind of miserable in general. Especially when they keep turning me towards them, even though I purposely keep turning away from them. So we keep getting that cheap shot, because I do the input I need to do to get away, and it just refuses it.
What are they?
Yes, yes.
Rebecca! Is she still in the house?
And, like, I could go to the storage box that's right next to this hunter here, but at the point where I need the storage box, it's already too late to go back for that. Because I need the storage box after I've dealt with up here, and I would burn 2 more shotgun shells at a minimum to deal with that hunter. We could burn the health to use the pistol here, but that doesn't really help anything either. And then there's times where the shotgun just apparently just didn't hit him. There we go. That was a bit cleaner of a kill, at least. Because he didn't jump this time. But our supplies are still not ideal here. But we're gonna have to go do this whole segment down here. Or I'm pretty sure at this stage of things. Because at least this leads us around the mansion. And it's actually not that bad down there. Ironically enough, compared to up where the hunters are, down here is nice. Oh, I didn't realize I was out of shells. Okay. We're still fine. Yep, welcome back from the ads. I'm not gonna follow through on that suggestion. Because, you know, we already discussed the fact that I don't remember where that is, so I would need extra guidance just to get to that too, and just not really gonna worry about that. Thank you. That was a much cleaner kill, because we did use all of our shells still, but we didn't have to use any of the pistol ammo. And we're at least not in danger ending this fight. So we should be fine. Yep, Snake is back to grape jelly. See, that's information that helps if you know where the thing is, but I don't know where the thing is. And I'm not asking for that answer. Like, you see the quandary there. So I'm pretty sure I remember how to get it, but all of the loop there is going to be problematic because I'm pretty sure there's hunters in the way of that entire path at this point. It can be interesting to see how people interact with something for the first time, so I can understand that. There's just always a delicate dance of making sure people actually get to experience the thing for their first time and not interfering with it too much. At least that's always been my stance with it. Yeah. Like, it can be nice to learn some niche things. Like, there may be tricks you don't know or paths you never realized were an option that somebody familiar with it can find. But you can also sometimes have somebody do it for the first time and find those paths, too. Like, hell, I forget what it was specifically off the top of my head, but there's been a couple games where I played them for the first time and showed people familiar with it things they didn't realize existed. Because I just happened to do something. God, I can't imagine doing that. Not because of difficulty, but because of spending so much time with the same thing. I would lose my mind. Full respect for those that do, but just, like, I could never do that. Oh, come on. I disagree with that second shell not hitting anything. Turns out that was more of a waste than I expected. But I want to check to see if there's anything under where they were. Yep, there's an herb here. This would have saved me if I'd been willing to fight them last time. That's what I was expecting to find. Because again, this game's pretty good about putting healing where they expect you to need it. And it'd be pretty fair to expect you to need healing after that sequence of dealing with the zombie yawn. Just happened to take a wrong turn. Yeah, and as I end up saying to a lot of new people coming in, the way I end up doing things usually leads to me playing something once and being done with it. I'm not one who can repeat a game. It just doesn't tend to do anything for me. Once I've seen what it has to offer, that's just it for me. And that's very much a to each their own personal scenario there. That is not a this is a better way or a worse way to do things in any way, shape, or form. There was nothing for me behind him, so let's not waste the ammo on him right now. But then again, we didn't actually follow up and check to see if we can interact with the thing behind him. We just looked at it and went, that doesn't work for me at this exact moment because it did not save my life. So let's actually check it. Because this is an elevator, that much is clear. And it's an elevator I can't use yet. I know, it does work, it just was being funky about its interaction. Let's see where this takes us then. I have to really like a game to fully do it. Like, just, most games just don't grab me enough for me to be motivated to do that. And part of that's burnout, I would say. Like, there's definitely a degree of burnout for me, just with video games in general at this point, because of gaming for so long. And seeing so many things offer similar enough experiences, just with their own slants. And there's nothing inherently wrong with that either. But it just starts taking more and more to drive me to put in the extra effort, if that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. God damn, he took a lot of extra shots. Well, he's dead now. Properly dead. No, what? Why are you still here? Like, a lot of those splashes were at the head. I don't know why he took that much. It doesn't matter. Now we have access to a bunch of doors over here. So hopefully there'll be something useful behind one of these. And that's another layer to it, though, is just time itself. There's so many games out there. If I spent the time to fully clear every game I ran into at this point, with just the amount of games I'm interested in doing something with, I would be here until the end of time. But that ends up just being the simple trade-off is, do you spend more time on each individual experience, or do you go for more experiences? And both are valid paths. Just becomes a matter of which path works better for you. We are wasting so much ammo because of these zombies. I really shouldn't be clearing all of them out like this, but I don't know where I need to be at the moment. Scrapbook. Raccoon Times, May 27th, 1998. Animal attack, woman mutilated. May 20th, around 10 p.m., a 20-year-old young woman's body was found by a passerby on the left bank of Marble River in the Cider district of Raccoon City. The whole year, the 20-year-old young, the old young back-to-back there just completely destroyed my brain for a second. Raccoon police is meant to be a grizzly or another animal's doing because there are teeth marks along her mutilated arms and left foot that shows considerable power. Since she was wearing a hiking boot on her remaining foot, it has been determined she was attacked in the Arklay Mountains and fell into the river. They are hurrying to identify this woman. Raccoon Weekly, June 16th, 1998. Monsters in Arklay Mountains? Some people claim they've seen monsters in the Arklay Mountains. Monsters are supposedly about the same size as a large dog and usually run in a pack as wolves do. This may sound like a group of ordinary wild dogs, but these monsters are surprisingly fierce and hard to hurt. They say these dogs won't bother you unless you wake them, so you smart readers should stay out of the Arklay Mountains for the time being. But if you're looking for adventure, check it out. You want to try? Raccoon Times, July 9th, 1998. Mystery on Arklay Mountains. Road blocked. Due to successive disasters in the Arklay Mountains, the city authorities have decided to block the road leading to the foothills. At the same time, Raccoon Police intend to begin the search for lost people with the help of the STARS team members. They expect great difficulty because of the vast size of Arklay Mountains and the primeval forest that covers most of the area. Also, people are still reporting sightings of grotesque monsters in the mountains. So, you know, that's wonderful. Everything great has been happening there. I can squeeze between these, and it does help. Chris, push the thing. Thank you. I'm not entirely sure what that'll do for me yet. This bookcase here is suspicious because it looks different than the rest of them. Chemistry books. Still chemistry books. Yeah, sure, push the button. Oh, hey, the place I was looking at before. Okay, that's great that something's been placed here. I'm gonna guess that I need something that I don't have with me. And it's probably that other book, since it's a bunch of bookshelves. The book that I left in the other helmet room, back by those hunters, that I didn't want to be near right now. So I have to assume they're doing the same bit again. So we'll come back to this thought in a little bit. Check the other rooms around here first. See if we can find anything useful. Since we've spent the ammunition clearing the area so we can actually look around, after all. That's just a window, right? Even though the camera will never let me actually see it properly. Yeah, it is just a window. It was tall enough at that one angle that it almost looked like a curtained door. Which would be weird, but not impossible. Oh, it's gonna be such a waste to shoot you. It'll also be a waste of health to risk getting hit by you. There we go, he's gone. Considering there's multiple doors here, he was going to be an issue anyway. Unless I wanted to sit there and play funny doors with him. Ooh, shotgun shells. Lots of shotgun shells. Oh, that helps solve some problems. It's going to cause a different one, though, because we're going to run out of inventory space again. I think I've used up enough pistol bullets that we have... Yeah, we'll be able to put all the pistol ammo into the gun. Oh, there's the battery for that other place. Wonderful. This was a great place to find this. And I say that with all due incredible sarcasm right now. Because this was a very awkward time to find something like this. Well, yes, I am quite aware of the fact that this game loves to make you backtrack. I'm just particularly unhappy to have found it in the position I'm in because we have no inventory space to be doing a long trek back like that. Considering we have a bunch of other ground nearby to cover that I'd rather do before running all the way back there. Which is what makes it awkward, but I also don't want to leave it there because I don't want to have to come back here again either. Like, it's just a constant bother as far as that goes. There we go. And there's a bunch of herbs that I can't take because, God forbid, Chris be able to carry more than 6 things. I do hear some zombies munching. I don't really think there's a reason for me to deal with that particular one, though there might not be any other paths, so I think I might have to deal with him. Yeah, no, I am no stranger to backtracking, considering my favorite genre is Metroidvanias. But usually they make the backtracking a little quicker, rather than making the backtracking more annoying. Ended up shooting the wrong zombie. Why is it targeting that one? Why? Why are you like this? Oh, of course, this one's gonna grab me now because I'm trying to get the targeting to stop being a pain in my ass. Wonderful. Thanks, game. Love that for me. Such a waste doing this, but at this point, this is more spite motivated than efficiency. Yeah, exactly. You'd be able to actually, like, move through quickly instead of just having a handful of shortcut doors that vaguely help, but only if you remember the entire routing. And I'm not saying that to say that this is a bad game in any way, shape, or form. This is just why I don't necessarily spend as much time as many others do with the survival horror genre. Is it doesn't do backtracking in a way that I enjoy as much. We're still doing fine enough. It's just unfortunate is once again I'm having to leave resources behind. Because otherwise I'm more or less going to waste the other resource. There's nothing else over here, right? Yeah, there's just this weird bit over here that I'm very suspicious of, but I can't act on right now. But we are here. Which means we should be able to get back to the other part of the second floor that we've been to, theoretically, based on the way that's laid out. And then we can use that information. Oh, a little bit of context for anybody that wasn't here when I had started this, by the way. I did the first chunk of this game last week. So there's going to be a layer of forgetting there, too. Just a little bit of bonus context. Because there's a lot of games to fit into the schedule, so this has not been back-to-back or anything, and it certainly hasn't been all of this done in the past 3.5 hours. Not that I would think anybody would expect that to have been the case. Because unless you really know what you're doing, you're not getting this far in 3.5 hours. But if you know the game, you could probably have finished it by now. So I have 2 choices to make, I think, right now. We can go back, so we can use the battery. Yeah, that makes sense. Because again, once you know your way through, it is actually a very short game. Because there's a lot of things you can skip past, because there's a lot of unnecessary things. Oh, this bookcase moves. Okay. But I think I moved it the wrong way. So where does this lead? Of course, you know, we have no inventory space, so I don't know why I'm finding new rooms right now. Oh, hey, these would be very handy. Shame I have no space to pick them up. Can't pick that up either. Well, we know where some more bullets are, at least. Not that pistol bullets have the hugest relevance at this point, but they still do matter because they are at least ammo. One of these doors leads back to the... Well, I guess we should probably go down the elevator and go the other way to get back to the rest of the area instead of walking all up and down. I don't know about that one. It was just pistols and ink ribbons. I mean, well, multiple pistols would be stacked if there was that. It was just a few bullets and an ink ribbon. Oh yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of rooms in here that just have a crazy amount of... You're good. I'm just very focused on the in-game resources right now because that's the point of frustration I'm having right now. So my mind's kind of locking onto that. Yes, there's a zombie. We've done this dance before. There's that desk key that'll open a desk relatively nearby, but I can't pick that up either. Why are you taking so many shotgun shells? It's a real shocking development, isn't it? Oh yeah, there's that other elevator that we had passed when we walked through here originally, too. Right before we died earlier. Guess we could see where this takes us as well. Except this one... Oh, this is just part of the elevator shaft. Wait, if the elevator doesn't stop here, why are there buttons here? Why are these buttons? Why do these exist if this elevator doesn't stop here? I feel lied to. Lies, shenanigans, and bullshit. At least we have health to deal with this hunter with, and we have plenty of shotgun shells. I'm just gonna blind fire at him. Oh, he's got a friend. How nice for him. And because we're at this really awkward camera angle... Fuckery. Fuckery abounds. Because we were at that exact right line that pulling the gun up changes your camera angle, so it's like, okay, I can't see now. Great, love that. That might be the worst part of this game, is the specific points where the camera cuts. Yes, we are finally back in the main hall. In fact, that room we just came from is the first hallway you enter where you find the first zombie in the game. Except now it's chock full of hunters because they thought 2 hunters per hallway was a great idea. A phenomenal design for fantastically fair and balanced gameplay. Yeah, exactly, that room. That's the one. That's the one, officer. Now, I do have a slight problem. Because I never got rid of the dogs in this hallway over here. So I have 2 options. I can go upstairs and more than likely have to go through hunters, or I go down through the dog room and pray there's not a hunter waiting for me at the other end of that hallway instead. Assuming the dogs are even still there because they may have disappeared with the other ones. Neither idea is great. Neither idea is great, in the slightest. Alternatively, we go back through the room with the two hunters behind us to get back to that storage room instead. So that we get our other healing item out. Though, was that a helmet door down here? I don't think it was. I think this was a different kind of lock. But I'm gonna check just in case. So I'm pretty sure I had already cataloged all the helmet doors. But I don't know that for certain. I'm pretty sure this is one of the weird doors that just says it's... Oh, there's a hunter in here now, huh? Great. Yeah, you don't have the key for this room. That's what it just keeps telling you. It's a very specific message. It's, I think, the only time you get exactly that message in here. Is usually it'll tell you a symbol of some kind on the door. That one just says, nah, you don't have the key. Go away. I find that interesting. But unfortunately, we still don't have the key for that door. And of course, it's saying you don't have the required key means there must be a very specific key for that door. Which, again, we don't have. Let's go power up the elevator, I guess. See how many more hunters I run into on the way. Oh, there's spiders in here now. Wonderful. Arachnophobia warning. For all of the 2 seconds, and now it's fine. Yeah, I completely forgot just how heavily they spawned hunters at this segment. So if you don't know where you're going, you just have an awful time. Case in point, right there. And good luck dodging him in that hallway. So admittedly, he also can't avoid getting shot. But, expensive, useful material once again. No, he's still there, huh? That's a shame. I was kind of hoping that was going to be one of those spots where you could actually make them move around. You're going to wait for me to come around that corner, aren't you? Do I have any other paths I can take other than through him? Aside from going upstairs? Not really. Good. Good. Problem is, where we want to be is quite literally right on the other side of this hallway from him. Both in terms of getting to a storage room if I want to, and for getting to where we're trying to go to put the thing in the elevator. So we're gonna have to kill him. Of course. God forbid the shotgun blast that's in his vicinity count for hitting him. How tight is the spread on this goddamn shotgun? Really hoping there isn't a second one. If there's a second one, we're in trouble. Okay, good. But there's gonna be another one in the next room because we never dealt with the one that was in there. So I'm gonna be fast. We might be able to cheese him, but it depends on where he's going to be standing. We might be hooped here. I don't think there's anything useful in this room. I'm pretty sure we took everything out of in here. There may very well be just new awful things behind this door. Okay, yeah, that was the shotgun room, right? There is nothing else of use in there. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Let's go get ourselves that heal. If I can get past the hunter that's over here. Which is gonna be iffy. Okay, we got past him. We're good. We can at least touch a storage room and figure our life out. Wait. When did this stuff get here? This wasn't here before. Oh, that works. Special delivery, solution to your problems. It's not the most efficient use of that at first aid spray, and I acknowledge that, but right now, it's helpful. Probably gonna leave the one bullet behind and in the box. So I'm very worried about our future at this rate. I'll be honest with you. We may hit a point where we're actually perma-hosed. Because we may just not have enough resources left. So other than gaining some shotgun shells, I think we might actually be right back where we started. Oh, and some pistol bullets, I guess. Not gonna worry about that door. That's where the book and such is, but let's just use our battery first, and then worry about coming back for the book. Oh, there's a hunter in here, too. Wonderful. And I have no idea what else is going to be spawned around in any of our path going the rest of the way. I am pretty sure there are going to be more hunters in the dormitory area, though. Now that we left there. Pretty sure on our return trip there's going to be more of them. But we don't have to go all the way there anyway. We have to stop off where all those dogs were. Which that's going to be its own fun adventure. Isn't everybody excited about that? I'll go ahead and do this game. It's not that long a game, I said. It wasn't gonna be that hard, I said. Sometimes I put my foot in my mouth, and sometimes I swallow my whole goddamn leg. Oh, of course, there's just a dog just chilling where we need to go. Battery in. Elevator up, please. Does this even do anything of merit? So I'm worried that this is the elevator in that other spot, and this is actually a complete waste of our time. Mm-hmm. So... how do we feel about having wasted our time? Because that was a complete waste of time. The way Chris is just matching the standing emote until he starts posing with the shotgun is about how I feel right now. Genuinely, all that elevator does is save you running past the snakes and everything over here. Oh, no, actually, I think I understand what they want from you for that, actually. I think I understand, and I don't like it. Let's continue... actually, no, I should take the elevator back down for this idea. We're gonna go back to the dormitories because I think I'll have an easier time getting to that storage box than any of the others. Because I need a specific thing from my storage box, because I think I understand why that elevator exists. And it appears useless at first. Because it's such a little bit of pathing change. There's one specific thing we can do now. And it'll help get rid of a key item that I think will no longer have a use once we do this. Problem is, I don't know what the point to doing this is. I'm gonna file it under it will make sense when I do it. At least that's the hope. Is what we're gonna do is we're gonna go turn the crank again. But I have to go get the crank again first. Okay, good. There's no hunters waiting for me immediately in my path. This is why I chose to go back to this storage room, because I was pretty sure there wasn't going to be any immediately. Hey there, Melon. I'm doing alright. Getting a little frustrated in places here because the hunters are kind of out of control. And it's leading to a bit of a rough go of it at the moment, but other than that, everything's fine. How are you? Because I forgot just how heavily they spawn. So it's been a little bit of a ball ache. And our resources are quite tapped. Yeah, the hunters. Glad to hear you got your new PC, though. Hopefully, it's all going smoothly with setting it up. And it'll probably get put through its paces on Thursday. And now we go back up this elevator. Yeah, to bring you up to speed with where we're at, we dealt with Zombie Yawn. We went down through that whole area, past where he was. There's still a handful of puzzles we need to do over on that side. I just came back over here because I got the battery. So I was figuring out what the point of the battery was, and I think I figured it out. I'm just not sure how beneficial this will be. Just kind of hoping for the best on this one. Yep, my assumption was correct that I can close this, which will presumably remove the waterfall down at the other end of the elevator. The crank is still not decided as useless. Yeah, you missed one of Wesker's appearances, for example, but we'll be seeing him again. And on the bright side, the VOD will be there. Bright side, you missed me fighting Plant 42 like 8 times today. Because that whole situation's been going well. And about 30 minutes or so of me fiddling around trying to figure out if I was supposed to be fighting Plant 42 at that point or not. That was a whole thing. Yeah, the plant fight itself wasn't much of a problem. It was just annoying because I got Chris and Jill's paths as far as that crossed. Because I found the V-Jolt recipe. It's like, well, if they gave me the recipe, I'm clearly supposed to use it. Except you're not supposed to use it. So that entire thing was pointless. I don't want the flamethrower yet. I do want the flamethrower, but I don't want it right this second because that will lock our inventory. And I seem to recall that the flamethrower is useful, but only with some quotation marks and question marks on it a little bit. A lot of tunnels down here. Uh-oh.
Enrico!
Don't come any closer, Chris.
Wait, what happened?
Double crosser!
Don't!
Hell. Umbrella.
Ah.
Who is it? Is someone there?
Dun dun dun. Treachery.
Double crosser? What did he mean by that?
Ha. Bullets. Not really what I... Well, I guess that's the only thing I could have hoped to find on his body, huh? His bullets. Let's leave those bullets there for the second, because again, our inventory will get locked up if we pick that up. Now, who could have shot him, though? Oh, great, there's hunters in here now. Great. Love that for me. Oh, there's another crank on the ground. Give. Nope, give. Chris, why must you crouch so slowly? Why do you not know how knees work? We're fucked. I don't know how to tell you all this, but we're fucked. We're gonna have to do a lot of backtracking again. Like, there's nothing to be done here. I either go back and die to the other hunter, or I deal with these hunters and try to do what I can, but since we're already in danger health, we're hosed. This is basically just done for because he got locked in a loop there and it wouldn't let me do anything about it. Love that for me. Yeah, this is clearly the camera angle I need right now, game. Thanks. Yep. Because again, we were stuck in one of those awkward transition points because God forbid they not have them every 5 feet. Everywhere you don't need them to be. And since we never had inventory space to pick up those ink ribbons, and I didn't want to run back and forth for it, we're gonna have a lot of work to do again. Is it still faster to use this save state than it would be to kill Plant 42 again? All because they decided, you know what would be fun? Let's spawn 3 hunters behind you after you see a cutscene. We might not get this game done today. I'm just gonna have to be honest about that at this point, because we keep getting screw-jobbed. I really do think they spawn too many of them. Like, outside of you having hunted down everything on the map, you really just have an awful time dealing with them. And I say everything on the map is we do know of a thing that would have made this easier. But unless you happen to have found that, you end up in this exact scenario I'm dealing with here. Not enough shotgun shells, not enough anything to deal with them. Yes, but that would have involved knowing that it was there and that you could have gotten it before this point. You're missing the point about why this ended up the way it is. Now that we know we have to go back through here, I'm just gonna kill this one. Like, I genuinely thought I'd cleared out everything over there.
Monsters?
Well, then pointing out that the gun would have been worth it doesn't help anything. That's the equivalent of rubbing salt in the wound at that point. It's like, I could wish for fish, but What use would fish be without, without a place to cook it? And I know I'm sounding harsh right now, but I'm just very frustrated with the scenario we're stuck in now. Yeah, but again, that's... I see the glass half full statement you're making there, but that's missing the point I was trying to make. Oh yeah, let's just not have that shot count either. God forbid the exact same thing not have the same results. Like, genuinely, I wonder... I would love to have somebody be able to explain why that last shot didn't hit. Like, do they have iframes when they start to jump? Is that the thing? I don't understand how that last shot wouldn't... The gun was basically in his mouth, did not hit. And that's understandable. I was just making that statement so we didn't just loop on that one. Yeah, it's been saying that a lot. I'm getting very tired of being told no without good reason. Is we can go deal with the yawn upstairs again. And that'll help, but it'll still leave us in a dodgy position. Like, more or less, no matter how I look at this, this is a dodgy position to be in just because of the hunters being in play. If I had known those hunters were going to appear, I would have grabbed the flamethrower, but then we wouldn't be able to pick up the crank, so we'd have a whole long to-do about going and putting something down. Yes, but he hadn't left the ground yet. If he's not off the ground, that shot should have still hit. And yes, I acknowledge you can shoot them out of the air, but that's trusting in the aiming to actually hit where you want it to. Which I should trust that more, and I acknowledge that. But those angles never look right. So I end up second guessing it, which is how I get hit by them when they jump. But that doesn't solve the other variety of issues we have involving the hunters, either. And of course we have the spiders in here now, but that's fine. The spiders are a non-unconcern at all. But, like, I wish I could have screenshotted that in the moment, because he had not left the range where the shotgun was pointed, and yet it did not count as hitting. That is the exact issue. So if you're trying to tell me that even before he leaves the ground I'm supposed to be aiming up, that's bad. Like, there's no two ways about that. That's bad. Kind of hoping by going this way around, maybe we can have a little bit better luck picking up a couple things. So I think we can scoot through here. So I'm assuming there's gonna be, yep, a hunter blocking this hallway. Really wish I could see anything. Oh wait, no, you can't. Okay, going that way was not a good idea. Going that way was pointless. And I'll say this because I'm assuming I know where the gun you're referring to is. I'm assuming the statue in that area I just died in is where the weapon you were referring to is, but I need the red jewel to get it. Am I correct in my thought process of which weapon you were trying to point me towards? 'Cause I think I remember all of that. Problem is I don't remember where the red jewel is. Or is that me getting the versions muddled again? And it's actually in a different location in this version. Can't go that way because we no longer have the battery input there because we died with that. Trying to think. Is there any other wiggle room we have to get around this problem? I'm also not 100% sure how effective the flamethrower would have been if I picked it up. There would also be the issue of having enough ammo for that other weapon, because I don't know where the ammo for that gun is, and I don't think the ammo for that's super plentiful. I'm pretty sure that's pretty rare ammo. Though even if I were to hunt down that thought process, not sure where the hell it would be, because I can't get in that room on the right there without the helmet key. And yeah, the room up there needs the helmet key. Down there needs a specific key that I don't know about. And up on the second floor, we have a helmet key door over there on the right, which is where we keep going to go fight Zombie Yawn. There is that door all the way on the left by the keypad door. That is unexplored territory. But I'm sure there's going to be hunters aplenty in the way there now that we have the key for that. I just don't know what to do. I don't know how to dig out of this situation. Like, even if I go back and get the weapon that was referred to earlier, this is still going to be a very bad situation. Because there is just so many hunters. Like, you are going to be drained of resources no matter how you look at it, trying to get past all these hunters. I have to assume there's a perfect route that goes around the majority of the hunters. Because anytime I've seen people play this, I don't recall there being nearly so much of an issue with the hunters. So there has to be a way around them. Like, obviously, you could probably run under them when they jump. I would assume that's a thing. So you have to come to grips with the controls well to manage to do that. It's like, even if I perfect kill most of the hunters we've run into that I felt like I had to get rid of, we still drain enough shotgun shells that we're not going to have enough if we keep encountering too many more after that. There is a desk we didn't open that probably would have a few more shells, but that again is just a band-aid on the problem. Yeah, this situation just kind of sucks. But again, if I just roll back to the point where I was fighting Plant 42 and go over here and try to get anything. We then don't have the helmet key, so I don't know what we'd be able to reach. Because the implication is that I missed something somewhere, but I don't know how I would end up accessing something else, unless there was just something I just didn't pick up. Which is entirely possible, but the amount of ground I would have to recover again does not lend itself to anything positive there. Just, I do not see any good solutions here. And I don't want this to take a downturn, but this is just genuinely the scenario as I see it right now. There's only so much of a positive spin I can put on our situation here and keep laughing and trying to have a good time.
What? It must be a STARS radio. It's a little bit broken.
Like, as it stands, we're probably going to end up having to stretch this to a third session because I don't know how much more I have in me. And that is honestly kind of extra frustrating. Because I didn't even expect this to take 2 sessions, let alone 3. Because I thought I had a good enough memory of this. But apparently, I was very wrong. Let's have a look at the items that were in here again. Because one of them was a book, and then the other one was ammo for a weapon we don't have. At least I'm pretty sure this was ammo for a weapon I don't have. Yeah, I would assume this is one of the speed loaders for the revolver we don't have. And then there's this book that I can't pick up because I don't have any inventory space. It's almost like if I just had a little bit more inventory space, all of my problems would be solved. Because they love to dump a bunch of key items on you, so you can't fit any of the things you need on you. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have to slow play this, I guess. And that's probably the best shot I'm gonna have without rolling back. We're gonna walk back, drop some stuff off, because there's not that many hunters between us and those items. So we can drop a couple things, go get those things, put them in storage. And, you know, just welcome to the tedium power hour of running things back and forth to storage, because I don't see any other moves to make at this point. Like, I was trying my best to excuse the 6-item limit as best I could. But that might genuinely be the biggest linchpin problem I'm having with this. Because again, unless you know your routing and you know exactly what you need where and what to use, you end up with just a glut of things that don't do anything. And you have to run back and forth to storage all day. Like, I don't want to be sour about this, but genuinely, this is just the thought process I'm on right now. Doesn't really matter what I put away at the moment. So we'll just put these so I can go grab those 2 items. I do genuinely wonder what the origin thought process was for the 6-item limit specifically. It's a very specific number, so there has to be a reason for it. Yep, couldn't keep getting away from them perfectly every time. Is the thing of the simple fact of the matter is you can try to claim console limitations, but there are plenty of games that give you more inventory than this on older consoles than this. So that's not really an excuse that washes. The only reasoning I can think of is they chose this to make it more difficult. Which, that's understandable, but I don't think it makes it more difficult in an engaging way, because it turns into what I'm doing right now, hauling things back to storage. It's very much the same issue a lot of survival games and such run into, where a big chunk of what you end up doing is hauling things back to where your storages are. And I'm not saying it would be better if they did away with it, because it wouldn't entirely. It would reduce some of the back and forth, but it wouldn't solve everything. It would just mean there'd be less times where you end up with a situation where you can't pick up a thing you need, so you end up having to trek halfway across the mansion just to go put down one thing to go pick up one thing. So it would cut down on the wasted time. Didn't I turn this light on? Why did the light turn itself off? Or did I just not open this door because I've now lost track of what I have and haven't done? And to bring further clarity, I presume the Magnum was what I was being steered towards. Or at least that was what was being suggested a bit ago as a solution to the Hunters. Which, would the Magnum help? Yes. Do I know how to get the Magnum? No. And therein lies the rub there. Because I genuinely don't have the slightest idea where what I would need for that is, because y'all saw how much I combed over the map between last week and this week. Where would something I'm missing be other than in territory past where the Hunters spawn? Like, it just doesn't make sense. Because nowhere I look on any of those maps shows a room I haven't been in. So the only other thing would be, it would have to be something like just on the floor or tucked somewhere, or just an interaction I missed. And sure, I could look it up, but I don't know. I'm stuck in a quandary at the moment as far as that situation goes. It's not even considering the option of, like, oh, I would look at it as giving up. No, that's not even the consideration on my mind right now. It's a matter of, I don't know for sure how much of a difference it would make. I know I said that before and I'm looping, but I'm just caught in a mental loop right now. And there's not really anything immediately to hand to break that mental loop, because I'm just walking back to the storage. There's not really anything new and engaging to give me something new to think about. And we're gonna run into a problem here of, if I do run things back to the storage, but I don't manage to save, we've then wasted that time instead. Which, that part's my fault. That is a mismanagement of resources, but the other side of that coin is there's also not very many ink ribbons. Like, we've had a total of, what, 8 of them, I think, at all? And in order to not have to backtrack too much when you die, you do have to save reasonably often. Like, this is one of the rare instances of a game that discourages saving often. Okay, we have a medal. The fuck is this for? I don't remember these medals at all. That there are so many things I've apparently forgotten about this game, which is worrying. Yeah, to come back to the issue of looking things up, though, I always catch myself on that one, because it's like, well, that means I'm gonna have to stop, look it up, look at the guide long enough to parse it, and that's time where nothing's really happening for you guys. And I know the alternative is not great either, which is the situation we're in now. But I always end up fighting myself back and forth on that thought, because, like, well, which one would actually be better? And the answer varies every time. Like, where do you put the cutoff point where you decide, okay, I probably should have just stopped and looked it up? Like, you could imply that we've made progress because I found another item, but we have zero idea where to use that, so presumably it has to be somewhere accessed after the hunters exist. Though you can immediately presume that because it's only accessible once you have the helmet key. So that logic already follows. Is the helmet key is only accessible at the pivot point where the hunters start spawning. But the only thing I can think of to do is, unfortunately, the exact same thing we've been doing, which is go past where the zombie yawn is and have to go back into that area again. Which puts us back at risk of just dying and losing any progress we've made again. But I don't really know what else to do. There's a hunter right there still. Oh, good, you got stuck this time, Chris. Thanks. Thanks, that's what I needed you to do right now. Pain, suffering, woe. That's the name of today's show. Why did he fall over just randomly after that third shot? I'm so confused about this thing's behavior sometimes. Like, they behave really odd sometimes. Also, hope you're looking forward to me not being able to kill Yawn now, probably, because this one took way more shells and way more health off of us. So yeah, that's wonderful, isn't it? Because, like, outside of the time we got really lucky, where we still used up the majority of our shells, this is bad. And short of me going and finding any shells that happen to be left on the map or anything else, this is our only path. And since I don't have any healing left on me, we're probably screw-jobbed here. Because there's all the shotgun shells. And we've pretty much established that this pistol ain't it. Yep, we're dead. And I could have save stated after having moved those two items, but again, moving those two items doesn't matter. Moving those two items accomplishes nothing for us. And I don't really want to start just save stating everywhere to bypass the limit we have. Though it is getting increasingly tempting, I do have to admit that. But I'm trying to play ball within the limits you would have. But I'm now caught in yet another awkward middle ground in that regard. I tell you what, let me take a look and see if I can find an easy answer as to where that thing is. Or a good suggestion as to a way to get around. Ah, okay, I was right in my suspicion about the thing that didn't make sense there. You are only able to get the gun that I assume was being discussed after this point. So the issue I was having would not be solved particularly by that weapon. Sorry to hear your cat's being troublesome, Mel. You didn't miss much because we've accomplished genuinely nothing in this entire time. Is I keep getting screwed by Hunter here or Hunter there, and I have resorted to looking up where I needed to go to try to accomplish anything here. Because otherwise, I will just continue to waste everybody's time, and I don't think that that's any good. So specifically, there's a different path that I'm being suggested to take that'll get us another weapon that will make our life a bit easier. Yeah, no, I didn't remember this either because this game, again, has the issue of, since it's so popular, more often than not, most of the people you see playing it know what they're doing and know how to deal with the things, so they don't look nearly as bad. Howdy, David and Valentine. Hope you're doing well. So yeah, let's see about getting another weapon to see if I can get us unstuck from this garbage situation we're in right now. I've already looked up what I need to. And it's not a knowledge issue that's causing the struggle, it's just hunters are garbage. That's causing the struggle.
What?
Like, they are kind of overspawned for how dangerous they are. Yes, yes, hunter cutscene, hooray. Thanks, Gabe. Thanks for ignoring my input about telling Chris to turn. Oh, and you caught up to me that time. Great. We've done the same thing 10 times, and yet somehow we end up getting attacked only 7 out of the 10 times?
What are they? Monsters?
Wonderful.
Rebecca!
Like, I do appreciate the offer to help, just understand that we've kind of been in the shits for a while here, so I am kind of frustrated. So take my response with a bit of a grain of salt there. I'm just kind of done with this at the moment. That one needs to go just so I can access this storage room, so I can gather my thoughts for a moment here. And at least there are extra shotgun shells in here to help us get to what I'm gonna need. But this inventory limit is still the worst. Like, I genuinely don't think I'd be even half as annoyed as I am if this game didn't have this inventory limit. I'm just gonna throw this damn pistol away, though. That'll solve the inventory problem. Because this pistol's not gonna help against the hunters. Yeah, which is kind of screwed up when that's the first option they give you. And the worst part is, I forgot how much more difficult this was. Like, I had a decent amount of knowledge going into this, but I don't remember this being this bad. But again, it must be the altered perspective of dealing with people that knew what they were doing when they went into it. But at this point, we're too far committed. I'm not gonna restart and go do Jill's path to get through this, because we're a majority of the way through. It'd be quite the waste to go all the way back and redo everything on Jill's side instead. Like, it's just... And I can't even say that this is difficult in any engaging or positive ways. It's just a spam of hunters. Not to mention dealing with the snake again. Did I miss where I was turning? No. I was going the right way for where I was trying to get to. Okay. I was referring back to the speed guide I was looking at to remind me of where the Colt is. This is still dog shit right here. This hunter that won't move until you are around the corner enough for him to basically get a free shot at you. Yeah, sure, that hit. Why not? Hits that should have landed don't hit, but that hit, sure, we can have that one. This is such a bad spot to be fighting this thing. Yep, of course. I'm not gonna go that way. The guide is telling me to go that way. That is a terrible decision for getting to the location that it's telling me to go to. I don't know why I even considered that idiocy. Is we can get to the other side... It's trying to direct me to the room where Rebecca is. I understand what the guide's suggesting doing. But the way it's doing that... No.
What?
Well, that would be nice, but that is not even part of the consideration. Because I'm skimming the guide so we can keep moving, so I'm not sitting here staring at the guide for half an hour trying to parse all the information. I was using Rebecca's room, since it mentions it, as a marker for myself to know where the rest of what it's telling me to do is. That room was going to be my jumping point, basically. But since I was just following that information and I didn't think it through, we ended up taking a really bad route to get there. Chris, please stop getting stuck on literally everything. Oh, and that just didn't open the door that time for some reason. Okay, sure. Yeah, to bring you up to speed, Davey, on why we're in this exact loop right now,
Monsters?
I don't have the resources to deal with all of these hunters to get to where I need to get to. So I'm trying to go get the Colt Python that I know is in that vicinity over there to make this a little more doable. And, oh, fuck's sake, game! These camera angles really can be the worst sometimes. You know what, just kill me. We're already wounded enough that this is a waste of everyone's time. Yeah, the problem is, it's just a bitch to get to. Yeah, for no good reason. Hope you're doing well, Rocket. It's been a while. But the thing is, this is only difficult because of the fact that hunters are just bad. Like, they are very fast, they hit very hard, and they are clearly designed to be extra difficult against the controls the game gives you. Like, this is what I've talked about before with some games that ask you to do things that the controls don't feel designed for. Fighting those things is arguably one of those. Hey there, Hex. Hope you had a good time with what you were doing. Welcome in, everybody. What were you up to today, Hex? Hopefully y'all are doing well. We're kind of in frustration land right now, so bear with me if I seem agitated. We've been kind of in a lock here for the past half hour plus. To the point where I've resorted to a guide to try to get around the garbage. Ah. I appreciate that, Winterfey. Hopefully everything's alright with Hex, I assume. Yeah. Understandable wanting to get food. And by all means, everybody make sure to take care of yourselves. To recap the past, like, hour and change, exactly what you just saw happen there, me getting slashed by that hunter, that's basically been the last hour and change for us.
What are they? Monsters?
Nice.
Rebecca, is she still in the house?
Glad to hear Baldur's Gate 3 went well, at least. No, don't bother shooting that. I don't actually want to be over here for what I'm trying to do, but I autopiloted. But we can just hop from interact point to interact point and get to the other door I'm trying to get to. You know, if Chris doesn't just immediately run into a wall when I'm trying to tell him to turn and run. Yeah, the randomizers do seem very interesting. And again, once you're used to everything, I'm sure it's nowhere near as bad. It's just very first time unfriendly. That's the biggest issue, is it's very first time unfriendly. And there's gonna be another hunter in this hallway. We encountered him before. Unless he only spawns when you're going back the other way. Nope, there he is. There's the smiley asshole. At least we fight him from a much better angle this time than when we came back around the other way. There we go. Yeah, under ordinary circumstances, I do want y'all to understand I'm usually in a much better mood and much more interactive in a positive way. Just this has been a ride. They can, yeah. Sometimes I've managed to get them in just 4, but other times they just take like 6 for reasons. But yeah, we're on the way to go get the Python, just There was a bit of confusion earlier when that was being suggested because I thought it was being implied that it was earlier. Yeah, the game's been doing that to me a lot today. Like, I keep assuming that there's some positioning to it or something, but it doesn't really seem like that's the case. Because you would figure you would get ideal damage when the shotgun is basically through their forehead. But turns out that's not how that works. Just gonna duck that guy for a second here. Though I think this is the direction I wanted to go anyway. Yes, it is, though. We're gonna have to deal with this bad spawn as well. Just duck him for a second and see if we can get him to spawn somewhere else. Because this room has nothing for us, but it might be a dodge. We'll see. Because I do know that the doors can be helpful that way. Why did you get stuck there, Chris? I would love you to explain that one to me. Like, that should have cleared, but apparently he pivoted just slightly. And now we're almost to where I'm trying to get to. Oh, there's another hunter in here too, because of course there is. Door, please. Okay, now I can use this as my landmark to find where the hell the guide is talking about.
Rebecca!
Chris!
Thank God you're safe.
Relatively
I'm sorry
speaking.
that you were worried about me.
We are in great danger. We must organize a search for the others and get the hell out of here.
I mean, that's what you should have been doing in the first
Understood?
place.
Yes, sir!
Okay, I'll go first. Proceed with your own judgment. All right? Can you do it?
Yes, I can!
Good luck.
Yeah, you know, proceed with your own judgment. That sounds like a fantastic plan. No sticking together or any good ideas like that here. Nope. Yeah, as we had already discussed, I'm just gonna leave the pistol behind because it's proven not to help anything. And this way I have more inventory space to do anything else with. Yeah, I'm gonna check that in a second. I just want to finish what I'm doing in here first. That is the saving grace to this game, yeah, is that the writing is fun, and the voice acting is fun, and the intro is great. Just, the actual getting through it can be rough. She might not have any heal charges
Yes,
left.
sir! I'll do my best!
Nope, she does not heal at this point. I'm pretty sure it's because I'd used up the chemicals in here when we had a different problem earlier. We are currently still fine, so I don't need to heal this second, but 2 heals on me should be enough to help me. I just don't have anything else to work with, is the only real issue. And I'm running out of places to get shells from. Ooh. Right, because he is still around, yeah. Okay, so let's see. I need to double check the pathing here, so just give me 1 sec. Okay, I did miss the spot where they wanted me to be. Trying to use this as my landmark. Unlock the door beside the stairs. What the hell? That door by the stairs. It sounds like they're talking about a 2nd floor room. Oh, I think I know what room it's trying to send me to. It wants me over there. Over by where that keypad door is. The door that I've run by a bunch of times. Okay. So I was, in theory, right to have come here, because what they did is they came through the top floor and came down. Which is harder to do. Coming from here up is easier. So I gotta watch out, because there's a hunter around. You may have seen him right as I was pausing, because he was right there. He's about to bite my leg the second I close this menu. he is going to be in the way of where I'm trying to go as well. Oh, wait, nope, nope, camera, please. Thanks, game. Okay, that's fine. We got past him. But I am glad you ended up happening to wind up here, Davey. Orders. Top secret, July 22nd, 1998. 2:13. To the head of the security department. X day is approaching. Complete the following orders within the week. Lure the member of STARS into the lab and have them fight with the BOW in order to obtain data of actual battles. Collect 2 embryos per BOW type, making sure to include all species except for Tyrant. Destroy the Arclay lab, including all researchers and lab animals in a manner which will seem accidental. White Umbrella. What do you know? It's all been a setup. Oh no. Okay, so there is Magnum rounds here, which I would love to have. And there's also shotgun shells, which I would similarly love to have. We'll go ahead and use one of our heals now, even though it's not the ideal usage of it. This way we guaranteed keep a space open. Now, why was I being directed to this room? I didn't want to push that, but Chris didn't want to follow directions either, so I'm gonna have to reset this room, I think, because it's now stuck. Because we need to push that over here somewhere, presumably. Does this light switch matter? Maybe turning that off will... Aha! Yeah, now that's very stuck, but that's what we need. We need that's in the head up there. So let me quickly reset the room and hopefully don't immediately get eaten by the hunter in the process. Because the red jewel gets us the Colt, which gets us some peace of mind from the hunters, relatively speaking. I don't really like the idea of burning the Colt ammo on them either, but that's just the option we have. The other options are worse. I need to turn the light back on so I can see where I can push this. No, I think it's where it needs to be already. No, it doesn't need to be... No, it doesn't need to be any closer. Fuck's sake, Chris. You know there's a thing up there. You saw it already, man. Come on, now. It doesn't have to be right in front of your face. So apparently for you it does. Come on, find the interact point again. Yes, give me the eye. Yeah, apparently. He's all the brawn, but not really any brains, unfortunately. Gotta go right now. Gotta go. On the bright side, it'll be quick to get to the Colt. The downside is we still don't have any increments. So we're not gonna be able to save all this work I've done unless I decide to save state, which I might for sanity's sake. In fact, I think I will put one here. Because I'm not going to put them where I couldn't ordinarily save, but just for sake of getting this done, I'm going to change my limiter on that. Because honestly, having to go hunt down an ink ribbon at this point, not worth it. Not worth my time. And anyone who disagrees with that idea, you're more than welcome to do it yourself, or go find someone that has more patience than I do. I'm sure they're out there, and they would be saints, probably. I am gonna have to deal with this hunter, because he's literally in the doorway that I need to get to get the thing. Oh, there's also one sneaking up behind me. Love that for me. Well, guess I'm gonna die here. No, I'm not. Since when was there 2 in that room? I thought there was only 1. Unless that's one of those funny things where certain doors trigger more than one of them to appear. Thankfully, we have a first aid spray, so we can fix the low health issue. But ta-da! There's a better gun. Now, I do love me a good revolver, but I'm not that convinced that this will go well. Just because, yes, we have confirmed that it will kill them in one hit. I'm just worried that I'm not gonna hit them. Because I've been doing a very bad job on the whole hitting things train today. But we'll make it happen. I can just scoot past this one. I don't need to deal with that one. And we're gonna put a fresh save down so we don't have to go get that again. Of course, now that I have this in my hand, somehow I'm just dodging them left and right and not having nearly as many problems. Sometimes that just works out that way. Alright. So let's see, where do I want to go from here? Is now I'm removing the usage of the guide again, because I don't need it. I know what's behind most of these doors now. So I don't need the information from it to tell me where I need to be. I just needed it to tell me how to get to this specific outcome. Because in order to have done this without that information, we would have had to have tried even more times than I have. Now that we have this, I guess it's back to doing exactly what we had done before. Go fight Yawn. Go back down into the other section. Go clean all of that out. And then we go from there. Big problem we're gonna have now is we are gonna run into an inventory issue again. And we also have a healing issue at this point, which is a bigger problem. We've had to use quite a bit to get to this position. As to getting back, because of where those other hunters in the green area are, I think it may be best if we go up and around now. Is the hunter that's in the way here is on our left, so we can just go this way and avoid him entirely. Oh, there's one waiting here too! Hooray! Everybody's favorite! Surprise! Of course, there's some up here that makes nothing but sense. Don't know if this'll hit. Oh, hey, what do you know? That didn't one-shot him either, huh? Yikes. I might have only hit him in the leg or something. But I'm not wasting a second shot on him. That was also the worst camera angle to be trying to do a test shot with. But it's okay, we broke past the initial issue here. We're cooking, we're cooking. Let's just warp this guy around. Because I don't think he'll be in the same spot when we come back through. I think he'll actually be on our left again. Nope, he does spawn right there. Okay. Of course, the second I pulled the goddamn trigger, you jumped, you little son of a bitch. Hey, what do you know? He's still not dead again. Wonderful. Glad the gun that I was told in the guide would one-shot them doesn't one-shot them. That time it did. So I must have been aiming too low. Which, that makes sense, but I was trying to make sure that it wouldn't shoot over them because they had that weird hunch to them. Why didn't that one die? Well, he died now. I really shouldn't just be frivolously using this, but those two in particular were need to kill. There's not too much of a point to going back down to the save room downstairs other than I can use that as a save point. The fact that we're already in caution going into Yawn's room, though, means we might be hooped before we start unless I use the revolver, which might work, but that'll burn through our magnum ammo very quickly. We do have another cylinder of magnum ammo. No, we don't, because I died with that. I died in that reality, so that reality's gone. I see. I knew where more magnum ammo is, but I don't know if that helps. Did we kill this hunter? I don't think we did. I think this one's alive. Potentially going to cause me an issue. Yep, he sure is alive. Especially when the camera angles decide to do funny things again. Because I happened to pull just far enough to the right, trying to go around him, because I expected him to move towards me. Oh right, we didn't use these yet. Okay, we're fine. We're actually okay. We've run through these areas so many times that I've lost track of what reality we're in anymore. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna eat this herb so we're back in good shape after we get past the hunter. We're gonna grab the shotgun shells, ignore the pistol rounds for now? Well, no, we probably should just put them in storage so we at least have them in case I end up in a dire situation where the pistols are our only option. Because the pistol is good for dealing with regular zombies. It just sucks for anything else at this point. Which is why we have so much ammo for it and, like, nothing else. Now, we save state here because we could legally save here. Let's try to get past that hunter. If we can get past him clean, that gives us a little bit of extra room to work with. Nope. Didn't work. But that's okay. We have availability to heal, so it's absolutely fine. Oh, that put us in danger level health, huh? Really wish I had grabbed that extra red herb that I left behind, but I was like, I don't have enough herbs left to bother with that. Okay, we're gonna have to use the first aid spray now, and we'll use the herb to keep ourselves from dying against Yawn then. And we're not gonna use the revolver for Yawn. We've used the shotgun to kill Yawn before, we can do it again. Problem is, I'm not going to have anything other than shotgun shells to use on any zombies we run into downstairs unless after I do this, I go back and inventory swap. Which I can. And I probably am going to have to, just because otherwise we're going to waste a lot of ammo. But this is the problem with that 6-item inventory limit. And I've already learned that trying to move around in this fight's kind of a raw deal. I'm better off just continuing to pound shots into him. Of course, you know, sometimes stupid nonsense happens. We might lose this one. Nope. He died as that happened. Okay, that's fine. We're in caution, but that's okay. There's health past this point. So we'll be able to fix that. And I realized he was going to die on that shot, which I had no great way of knowing unless I counted my shots, which I really should do more often at the rate this is going. But yeah, I would have held that herb for a little longer, but it's fine. Let's wait for him to finish melting. Okay, let's go inventory swap, put the shotgun away, bring the pistol so we can use that to take out the regular zombies without wasting resources. On the bright side, we cleared all the hunters in this section out. Which I still am kind of back and forth in my mind about that thought too, because it's like, well, that used up a full cylinder of shots. Oh right, I didn't kill this one. This is why I don't trust the aiming, because that should have at least clipped him, but I guess it didn't clip him enough to count. There we go. Because I don't want him just hurting me the second I pop back out this door, because that's inevitably what was going to happen there. Yeah, no, there's even more reason to put the shotgun away. We've only got one set of shells left, basically. We'll get a few more down below. So that at least won't be a major ordeal. I just need to be very careful not to panic at any point and end up using the Python when I don't mean to. Which shouldn't happen, because I'll have the Beretta in hand. And I'm not going to put another save state down here because there's a chance we might be able to do the yawn fight better. So I'll hold off till I get to another save room. And I don't, like I said before, I don't really want to start abusing them by just like hitting them every time. So that kind of ruins the point to a certain degree. Is the point of limited saving is so that you don't just save every time you're in a save room. And past this point, we can get ink ribbons again. Because we found a couple when we were going around before. The only problem is we are going to have inventory issues again. But on the bright side, we'll be able to fix that somewhat, because we'll at least be able to go through areas where hunters are without fear as much. Because we can actually kill them without more or less risking dying every time. I do apologize that it took this long to make this happen. Part of this was me being stubborn, part of this was me just fumbling. So I apologize for the stubbornness part. I can't really apologize for the fumbling part, because that is just, you know, fumbling. That just happens. That really isn't something to apologize for. And of course, you know, the heat that happened there for a bit, also, I don't feel good about that either. But. There we go. And this is why we brought the pistol down here, because using shotgun shells for these would be pretty wasteful. It takes like 4 or 5 pistol shots to take them, but it takes like 2 or so shotgun shells, and 2 shotgun shells is worth a lot more to me than 6 pistol shots. That's at this point. I'm very, very worried about the few remaining things I know for a fact we're gonna have to fight. Really? Why is that not hitting? Maybe he just didn't acknowledge the shots. Like, maybe he was getting hit by them, but he didn't want to get up. Though with how many shots he took, I feel like he definitely was just not getting hit. This is also why I presume why the director's cut, I believe, added auto-aiming of some description. To compensate for some of these issues. No, I chose to do the original. Oh, I can't fit both herbs now. I did this in a bad order. Well, it's fine. We'll pick up one herb and use it, and then we'll just keep the other herb for future. Because this will still put us up into decent health. It just won't be as much as if I could have combined them. But it would have also been overkill to combine them. So this isn't the worst scenario we could have had for that. On the bright side, I can run around down here a bit more confidently than I had before, both because we're in better shape and because I know what I'm getting into down here now. Having run this at least twice now. There is that desk key still, but I presume that would just get me more shotgun shells because the desk keys have always been more shotgun shells. Now don't get me wrong, I wouldn't say no to more shotgun shells. But we have different problems right now. Okay, get rid of him so we have access to that elevator, but let's go this way first. There's gonna be another zombie! I should have just let that scene play out. I don't know why it didn't let me shoot for a second there. That was a little worrying. Giving him an extra shot just in case. Oh no, not the zombie. So scary he can teleport. Okay. Can't use the elevator here. We have to keep going. The reason I did this, though, is because this unlocks this door. And this door is the one that we kept looking at all the time that was locked from the other side, that we could not figure out why we couldn't get to it. Now we can. Now we have access back to our storage room over there. That's going to be important. In fact, actually, I should go that way now, because I need to make inventory space to go get the things that are going to be in the other part. So we are going to get real low on Magnum ammo here in a minute. So I'm going to have to blast at least one hunter. Thanks, game. Thanks for fucking me over with the camera angles again. Yep, that's what I was afraid of. I couldn't dare shoot again, though, because I couldn't see where he was. That hallway is the worst. But I need to go through there to get to the storage area, so we're gonna have to fight Yawn again. Remember when I said I wasn't gonna save because I didn't expect that to be a problem? Yeah, I forgot that one specific section of that hallway is so awful with the camera angles. Great, and I got hit twice again because he wouldn't go up the stairs when I first made contact with them. Again. And this is why we're probably not getting this done today, because we're just gonna keep having issues like that, apparently. Which, part of that's on me. I am getting tilted. And I'm making stupid mistakes, and I have to acknowledge that. Just, like, this is not making that better, so it is what it is. Before I go forward, let me do a thing here. One sec. Yeah, there is 2 full sections of the speed guide left after we get through this. Yeah, because we have a whole set of stuff to collect. So yeah, this is probably going to end up spilling over into a 3rd day because of all the problems I've been having. Which really sucks, but that's just the way it's going to be. Thank you for the 5 gifted, I appreciate it. It's always weird when it just says the anonymous gifter has gifted 0, because, you know, obviously they can't give that number away. Because otherwise you'd know who the anonymous gifter is, because you could just go, oh yeah, that person's gifted that many before, it's clearly that person. But I do appreciate it, even if I look at some of the stuff Twitch does and go, huh, that's weird. Here we go, killing a snake again. And who knows, maybe I'll do better this time. Haha. I forgot to do the fast reload again. Chris, why are you turning that way? That is not the direction I pressed. Well, we ended up in roughly the same position again. And with the ads coming up, and anyone that is here that has received those, enjoy not having to see those ads. Waiting for it to fully despawn, because I don't trust this game not to do a weird where, since I didn't wait for it to fully despawn, when I leave and come back, it's just there again. I have seen that trick too many times to fall for it now. But since we've now had the same result twice, I'll go ahead and just put a save state down when I go to move the inventory around just to save y'all some time. And I think basically what we're going to do is we're going to go far enough to break us out of this loop that we're in, and then that'll probably do it for today. Because otherwise, I'm probably going to hit a point where I'm already probably reaching close to a point where I'm not entertaining anymore. So I wouldn't want it to get worse as far as that goes. Right, this jerk is still alive. And I could have blasted him like I did last time, but I'm gonna try to just ignore him this time. Which could come back to bite me. But it may be worth a shot. Yeah, because we don't have any healing on us. But as noted before, we know where healing is. And even if he taps us once, as long as he doesn't kill us, we're okay. And I know I said I was gonna save, and then I realized I didn't kill the hunter there, so I'm like, you know, maybe I just leave that alone then. Save that for a potential better reality. Saber, thank you for the 2 gifts as well. Much appreciated. And it's good to see you, Saber. I will reiterate that thought when she can hear me. That does keep the hype train rolling if anybody else wants to keep that moving. As we hop back down the hole for the 6th time? No, we actually didn't make it down the hole that many times, I don't think. It might be more like 4. Bang, bang. Not in range to hit him while he's down, so we'll just wait. So we can't afford to walk towards him. Come on. Up, up. Up, up. Up, up. I didn't see the blood pool, so I'm not sure I trust that he's gone. Yeah, see, he's not gone. Now he is. He was lying. I knew I was right not to believe that he was downed. Now he's dealt with. Okay. And presumably everybody's back from the ads now. So welcome back from that while I'm still walking around down here. Since we're in danger this time, let's actually go ahead and go grab the 2 herbs first so we can combine them. Then I'll come back and grab that shotgun shell. Yeah, since I presume you can hear me now, Oh Saber, thank you for the 2 gifts. I appreciate it. And it's good to see you. Yep. There's the Munchie boys. Wakey wakey. Just wake them up one at a time so I can dispose of them and get at those 2 herbs. With... Oh, what? Why are you not dead? Thought I saw the blood pool. I should not have moved forward. That's on me. But how you been feeling, Saber? Because I know you weren't feeling well. Hopefully, you've gotten better. Game, please. There we go. The rash is unfortunate, but at least the improvement's happening. So, you think the rash is connected to what was happening? Oh. You know, I have heard of that being a thing before. It's not very common that I know of, but it does happen. So I presume it's one of the variety of ingredients that's in there that's the issue. Do they happen to know which thing in there that was causing the reaction? So you know what to avoid? Or is it just, hey, Dayquil in particular is a problem? I can get the shotgun shells because I'm going to need every little bit that I can get my hands on. So the argument can be made that this is not going to matter because I'm going to just get rinsed by the hunters again. Yeah, unfortunately, most any of those are going to have acetaminophen in it. Alright, let's go ahead and trigger the zombie cutscene again. Oh no, he's walking towards the door. What is he? He's gonna get us. Oh no! You know, actually, there is one scary part to this, and it's the fact that they can open doors. Zombies learning to open doors would be a very big problem. Think he's done? Just gonna give him a second. You figured out thumbs! Yeah, no, I think he's done. Okay. I may just try to run to the door I need to get to rather than fighting those hunters. But I'll have the revolver ready in case of an emergency. I mean, you know what? That could easily be the way it works, honestly. Made it. Now, we do have a slightly awkward situation of there's more hunters here. But I can outrun these. What the issue might end up being is on the return trip. But there is something kind of clever I can do in that scenario. And the kind of clever thing we can do is try going up and around. It's going to be a long loop to do. Actually, no, doing that doesn't make sense. The smarter play from this point would be to run to the middle room, go through the spider room, and go around that way, if I was going to do a loop around. But at this point, we probably should go back to having shotgun and revolver, instead of pistol and revolver. The shotgun's more effective against basically everything. I'll combine those here in a moment. Yeah, we really don't have anything else to work with here. And I could bring the crank with me, but I'm not going to worry about doing that yet because we don't have the battery yet. Once we grab the battery, I'll worry about that part. What part of this do I want to deal with next? Becomes an important question. We are at least still in fine, so I'm gonna go ahead and save again here. Keep this position, because this is a worthwhile position. And we may be able to just run back the way we just came through to get back to where I'm trying to actually be instead of doing any looping. And I'm gonna try that first just because of the fact that we do have the save in case it goes horribly awry. But, like, this hallway's not too bad because one of them spawns to the side of you and the other one's in that little cubby hole. If you just sprint through, they're not really an issue. It's this that's a problem. Like, pretty much guaranteed to get tagged by that guy. Though, in hindsight, I should have kept the pistol, actually, because I just remembered that where we're going is going to just still have regular zombies again. So I'm going to have to waste some shells on those at this point, because I'm not going back again. Unless I just want to load the save state, which I could. But I'm going to save that for if something goes wrong. But hey, look at it this way. At least we're making progress again. We're actually getting somewhere instead of just dying to hunters over and over again. It only took half a day. We finally got out of the loop. Oh, right, I didn't even get rid of this guy. God damn it, me. Wasting shotgun shells. There's a lot of stuff we get on the other side of this elevator, so we do have to go this way. But at a minimum, I'm gonna redo everything we did here. Both so I don't forget what I was doing, and as a redemption arc for today, so we can at least have made some headway beyond having just dealt with Plant 42. We are still in caution. I'll go ahead and just eat this. So I tell y'all what, that this might be the first day I'm genuinely considering editing and just cutting like an entire hour of today out. You actually dead or are you faking it? I think he's actually dead. We'll find out if I come back out this door and he's suddenly on his feet again. Which, based on the joke about editing out an hour of today, I do want to take a moment to appreciate all of y'all that have been here through all of this. I appreciate your patience. Really? Well, I guess that balances out the one shot we just got, huh? We had to spend an extra shell on him. But it's fine. You know, ignore the fact that we're almost out of shotgun shells. It's fine. Everything is fine. We needed to push it the other way. This room had a bunch of stuff in it. I remember that. Including the ink ribbons, which we will take them with us, because they'll start actually using real saves again. And the other thing in here was pistol bullets, I think? Yeah, we're gonna leave these pistol bullets here, because we don't have space to be towing those around. I think that was all that was in here. Oh, right, this is how you learn that there's a helipad here, which I think that is actually important. I do think you need to have that realization to proceed. I'm not sure if that matters or not. Yep, sure is. A lot of books. The rate things have been going, I'm not sure Chris is that familiar with this quantity of books. Is there another zombie in here somewhere? No, there wasn't. There's just this statue that I'm not entirely sure if it matters. Okay, we push the switch, that makes this light happen here. But it just tells you something's been placed there and you can't do anything with it. So presumably I need something else. Oh wait, no, I'm a fool. Possibly a fool, anyway. Though this seems like weird placement. But what if we're meant to push this over here? Is there is an oddly colored bit of ground there, too, which is just the right shape for this. Okay, so we could have solved this when I was here a long time ago as well. But I don't think it would have saved us at the time. Yeah, because this is an item we need, but this is not something that would have solved anything at the time. It just would have saved me some backtracking. This is definitely more worthwhile than the battery we found when we were over here, or when we ended up leaving and coming back before, though. But thanks to that wonderful inventory size limit, we now have no space left again. So it's time for everybody's favorite game. Time to run back past the hunters. there's no alternatives from here, right? Because this area's not really shown super well. Like, it shows the area you're in very well, but it doesn't show any connecting points. So I think this is its own self-contained section that is only accessible by the elevator. So I don't think we're finding any way back from here. So we have to go the ways we do know already. Oh, right, you're here. I knew there was one more zombie somewhere. I just forgot where he was. There we go. Because otherwise, as I come and go through doors, he would have been an issue. Let's at least look in the other rooms and remind myself what else was up here. Oh, well, there's this jerk. But he is guarding a bunch of health. But we are in a similar case of we can't really fit that health in our inventory. Until now. But we're currently fine, so let's not pick that up yet. Let's go deal with the other guy. Oh, actually, we can't really deal with the other guys, can we? Because we only have 2 shells left. We might be able to just run past them while they're busy eating their friend. We just need to not get grabbed by the one on the ground this time. Okay, yeah, I can squeeze by. Oh, right, that door's locked. Son of a bitch. Take advantage of the zombie's stupidity, then. What? You weren't facing me yet. Cheating. Well, good news, I need health again now. Bad news, I don't really want to burn it, but I'm gonna have to. Because I'm not gonna want to come back here just for this. So I'm gonna use one and then carry the other with me. Because that'll keep us in good condition. It's a little weird that they're giving you a blue herb there. So I feel like, other than the spiders in that one hallway, I can't really think of anything else that would poison you at this point. Yeah, this is the room with the battery in it, and it had some other stuff, didn't it? Or was it just the battery? No, it had shotgun shells as well. Son of a... Should have went this way first. Hey there, Zin. How's it going? Well, welcome to my nightmare. Population inventory management. Gonna have to go back. Run past those hunters again. Drop off some stuff. Figure things out. Don't have the decency to give me elevator music in here. Nice, nice. Other than some frustrations here and there, everything's going great. It's just been inconveniences at times. Could go back up the ladder. Yeah, the hunters are the entire crux of the issue. There is still that desk key here as well that I wouldn't mind having. Actually... No, I don't think I can go back the way we came, can I? I'm pretty sure I can't go back to the yawn room from here, since we jumped down. Yeah, there's no, like, rope or anything we can use to go back up, so I can't go back that way. Otherwise, I absolutely would, because then we could skip having to go back past those hunters. So I'm gonna have to do it twice. Which I've proven I can do it. That part's not really the main issue. I just don't want to have to run past them more than I have to. Because we don't really have enough ammo to just dispose of them, otherwise I would. I'm gonna try to just run for it because we do have some health. Almost got away with it. I was genuinely surprised and I almost commented on it, but I held my tongue in the hopes that he wouldn't immediately catch me out afterwards. Yeah. Really is just a wonderful old time to be alive, huh? Running past an army of things that can rip you asunder with their claws in seconds. And the best part is, I'm gonna have to do the same thing going back the other way! All just to have an inventory space to pick up a couple things. We all have our ideas of what sounds appealing. We're gonna go pick up shotgun shells, so I'm gonna keep the shotgun with me. Because we've also cleared the majority of the basic zombies. In fact, I think we cleared all the basic zombies in that section. So I don't really need to worry about burning more shells on them. Which also means I have no reason to bring the pistol with me. But there we go. Now I've made a real save. In case somehow those save states just go poof at some point. Which is not likely to happen, but is never an impossibility. And we'll leave the ink ribbon here because all the storages are connected, so the ink ribbon will be reachable whenever we actually are near a typewriter. Nope, wrong way. Thankfully, sometimes they're a little stupid. Like that one who was just staring off into space, ignoring our existence. Nope, 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 nope. Really? You just somehow managed to clip me, huh? I think it was because we were rubbing the wall a little bit, so we couldn't actually get full speed away. This is the one problematic bit here. Getting past this guy. Thankfully, one tap and we're through. I should have just ran to his left, because I think he would have still swung the same type. And we would have been able to just scoot past him. I keep thinking I'm meant to run to their right because their claw is on that side. So you would think if you run towards it, you'll end up being able to squeeze to the side of it. Rather than trying to run to the left, which is in the middle of the arc of their swing. So your only hope there would be to be fast enough to be ahead of where their swing is. Neither of them are a great idea, but... I keep thinking banking on them having bad timing is better. Which is only partially true. Right side, we've got 14 more shells and a battery. The downside, we're gonna have to do a lot more running again. Because we've got to run back through most of that mess to go put the battery down, make it do the thing that it's meant to do, so that we can go trigger the scene with Enrico again, and then get dogpiled by a bunch of hunters again. Now, what would be very funny of me is if I do the classic past me setting me up for failure thing, if I leave myself that problem for next time. Because that would be very funny. It'll be a disaster next time, but it would be very funny. And you know, there's something I need to comment on the note of past me. Past me was a fool and thought I was actually going to need a backup game for today because we were going to finish this before or today's stream was long enough. Boy, did he not know what was going to happen, huh? He didn't have any idea. Ow. I really need to stop getting tagged, because it is becoming a problem. So if I keep letting them get those little hits, I'm going to die. I mean, that is true. Past me was very optimistic. And it probably would have worked if it weren't for those meddling hunters and the fact that I forgot things again. Like the entire Plant 42 situation. What I should have done, if I was smarter, since I wasn't worried about spoilers for me anyway, is I should have refreshed my memory with a guide before I started this at all. That would have been the smart play. That would have been clever. But unfortunately, I was not sufficiently clever for that plan to be a thing. Why did I put the battery away? I'm gonna need the battery. I'm also gonna need the crank. But here's the problem. If I bring the crank and the battery and the key, I no longer have space. I don't need the key for the trip I'm making. But a smarter thing to do may be to go use this key to open the other doors that this key opens. Now, the problem with that is, of course, we're gonna have to run through hell to do that. But if we do that, we can then get rid of the key. So I tell you what, we're gonna try to do that. We're gonna try to go open the other doors that the key needs. But we're gonna pack light. Because I don't know all of what we're gonna get in there. We're gonna save our ink ribbon save for the future. Okay, so in order to get to the doors we need to get to, we already got the door over on the left-hand side here. We need to get that right-hand door up there by the stairs. That's where we found one set of magnum rounds and the first metal, which we're gonna need later. So we want that. Yeah, that's actually the only door we need to open. Actually, that's the only other helmet key door left. So, yeah, let's go get that sorted out then. We can run across the bottom and be mostly fine. Keyword to that being mostly. I'm gonna die. I don't wanna die. Is this? No, that's where the plant is. Wrong way. Goddamn ankle biter. You know, imagine all the trouble I would have saved if I had just gotten rid of all the zombies back at the beginning. Because if I hadn't convinced myself that Crimson Heads were in this version, I would have just cleaned out all the zombies straight away. I just had that hit me now, like, you know, that would have solved a lot of problems, wouldn't it? Real shame I didn't think of that sooner. Just run through the spider hole over here and it'll be fine. Because I think this is the reality where we cleaned out the hunter that's guarding the other end of this hallway? I think that's the case. If it isn't, we're gonna be in for a surprise. Everybody loves surprises, right? Especially when they have teeth, claws, and a murderous intention. Really? Why am I stuck? Why can't I fit through here? I've gone through here so many times, game. Come on now. Why did the exact same thing not work this time? Let's hope that we're poisoned. Okay, we're not poisoned. So we got that going for us, at least. Hello? Yeah, exactly. Which, I used to be scared of spiders. I'm not as scared of them as I used to be. Spiders that size, though? Wouldn't want anything to do with that. Nope. Not for me, boss. No, thank you. Oh, right, this one's still alive. And the door is not opening for reasons. Oh, if only. Okay, we made it through the door, but we are in desperate danger. Well, this is not ideal. All because Chris didn't want to open a goddamn door when he needed to. Good news, we have ammo for the Magnum now. Which I probably should have just blasted this hunter in particular. That would have helped. But, you know. The classic loop of trying to save ammo. Also, can I just say that it's very fitting that in the situation we are in right now, I pick up a Doom book? I just want to point that out for a moment. Let that thought sink in for a second. Yeah. Yeah. Totally not implying anything there at all. Nope. Mm-mm. Missed. Sucker. Now, the problem's gonna come from the fact that he's got a friend. And his friend is also in here. His friend is right down this hallway. He's waiting for us. But he missed too. Haha! You suck! Remember, the only hit point that matters is the last one. And this is when I escape all the hunters to be eaten by dogs. Because there are still dogs down where we're going. Look at all these herbs that won't help our situation. The blue ones that only heal poison, the red ones that don't do anything without any other herbs. Isn't it a wonderful time to be alive? It really is a water everywhere and not a drop to drink scenario here. I need to remember, I didn't bring the battery with me, so I shouldn't actually aim for where the elevator is. Yeah, pretty much. You just can hear them whispering, ha, look at this loser. He doesn't have a green herb. He should have thought of that before he got here, huh? Hello, dog. Hello, other dog. Goodbye, dog. Hey, look, more blue herbs I can't use. What a shame. Like, that's the one thing we've done really well at in this, I think, is avoiding getting poisoned. Because we've not gotten poisoned very much at all. We've just been torn to shreds instead. To shreds, you say? To shreds, I say. Okay, so now I'm gonna pull the things we need out of this box. Because I can also put the Doom book away. And that's why I did it the way I did, is so that I could put the book away without having to turn around and go back to the same location we kept going to before. Now, I'm going to do something clever here. I'm going to save in a separate spot. This way, if the fact that we're in danger health puts us in an unwinnable position, we can get out of that. Let's go. Would have been very funny if I turned the corner into a hunter again. Yeah, I'm trying. I've put a lot of forethought into a lot of this situation, despite how badly it's been going. I have tried to be clever at many turns. It's just backfired on me half the time. It's the classic being too clever for your own good scenario. Chris, please get on that elevator. Okay. Okay, that's danger point 1. We have to get past those dogs a second time without getting touched. And then we have to take out multiple hunters without getting touched. Isn't there a whole thing about where you're not supposed to touch dogs that have mange? And they very much look like they have mange. Extreme mange. Dun, 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 dun. It's worrying that the crank is apparently not useless yet, but I think it's because... No, I know why they don't make you discard the crank. It's because you still need to be able to get back over there if you forgot something. That's why the crank never becomes useless. So it's always technically got a purpose. No, because you can use the elevator to get back over there. So why would... I say. Suspicion. Oh, time to do all of this just to be eaten by dogs. Come on. Elevator. Thank you. I always have to do like a weird ritual dance to make the elevator move back down. I don't really know what's going on with that. It's like the elevator can smell my fear. I can't believe I got away with that. In case you thought I made a mistake, I actually did that on purpose. I actually looped to the side purposely because I thought if I went direct, I was gonna get caught. Did we ever go this way? I don't know if we ever opened this door. I know we went running down the tunnel. I don't know if we ever opened this. Oh wait, no, this is where we went and got the flamethrower, so we didn't go down the other tunnel. We didn't go this way. If there is a this... Well, son of a bitch. Not that that would have helped us before. There being a typewriter there. Hexagonal hole. That's what the crank we find at the other end of the tunnel is for. It's a shame there isn't a storage box here, game. You know, the one time you have a typewriter without a storage box, you know? Really gotta do me like that? The spot where Enrique was that way, right? Or was it this way? I don't actually want to go to him yet. I want to make sure there's nothing else down here. In case there's, like, health or something that I missed when we were down here last time. This is where it was, I think. It's a nice, dark, dingy, miserable-looking place. That's probably the place. This is when I run this way, and this is actually the way I had went last time. Now this is different. What do we have here? Something the camera really doesn't want to show me. Okay. Wait, there is health here. There's a first aid spray sitting right there. We might be in business. The power of exploration. Is there anything else down here? A lot of doors. If has many doors, that boy. Wait. This is a lot of corners. Oh, god damn it, I walked into the scene. Uh-oh.
Enrico!
I was worried about that when it was a lot of corners.
Don't come any closer, Chris.
Wait, what happened?
Double crosser!
Don't!
You know, if he hadn't gotten shot, we would have gotten shot.
Umbrella.
Maybe this is for the best.
Who is it? Is someone there? Double crosser? What did he mean by that?
And just think. The hunters can't hold guns and use guns. So that means there's somebody that the hunters don't attack. Dun dun dun. Of course you fucking jump attacked me again, you little nerd. Okay, we're still fine. That just apparently didn't hit. Don't want to use it. I could throw the bullets at it, but I don't think that would help anything. There we go. But there was a third one, wasn't there? No, there wasn't. There's the horizontal crank. Hexagonal crank, rather. You can tell them apart because they're slightly different in their model. Yep, I was gonna say, I'm betting this place is riddled with hunters now, though. We can't really make use of that save point. Is the simple fact of I didn't bring my ink ribbon down with me because there's been a box next to every save point otherwise. Why would I think anything would have been different? Also, I went the wrong way. Let's not forget the flamethrower while we're down here. So I've now put myself in a very interesting position because of trying to grab that. Oh, and the levers on that just went up, so I'm sure that's a trap too. Because, you know, that's going to be helpful. Hey, bud. Bye. Oh, I'm going in circles. Do I have a map down here? I do of sorts, yes. I have fucked up. I have fucked up real bad. You know, I thought there was a stupid amount of hunters around before. Oh, that door's locked. Never mind. I had the wrong pathing anyway. Huh. I think I might be skipping something by going that way anyway. Because I think there's something I'm forgetting by going for that. I'm just checking to see. Yeah. We will finish this next time. There's not technically too much left to do. But there's going to be enough issues with getting past the hunters and things that I think it's worth it to just finish this up in a third day. It'll be awkward splitting, but I think it's better for us all at this point. So what I may do is I may finish this before next week. I may like finish it on Saturday or something as part of the short games thing, just so we get it done. We'll see how I feel on Saturday. Because obviously we have Thursday, we're doing Repo. Friday, we're doing Headliners. Can't really put it into either of those days. Unless I wanted to start early or something to do it, and I don't really want to. So we'll see how all that aligns. But my throat is definitely starting to get tired of this idea. So, with that in mind and the general shift that my mood was taking, I think we're better off stopping at this point so I don't overdo it or anything today. So I'll just need to take a couple minutes here to find us a place to go, and then we'll be out of here. So meanwhile, I do want to take a moment yet again to thank you all for your patience during the bit of mess we had here. Or at points getting through this. I know. I don't need to apologize for that necessarily, but I'm going to anyway. Interesting mix of people on right now. Have to make a decision between the list here. I didn't realize I wasn't following that one. Interesting. Not going there right now, but it's interesting that I'm not following them because I talked a bunch over there. Huh, weird. Just goes to show yet again that it's easy to miss contacting. Oh, actually, that's a perfect segue right there, actually. Of course. And thank you again for your generosity before, Mel, that made this happen. Let me just quickly check to see where their situation's at before I send us over there. Make sure they're not about to end as we get there or anything. Yeah, they are 6 hours in. They're probably not going for too much longer themselves. Let's not do that then. It's a shame. There's somebody playing Alone in the Dark, though they're playing the new one, so it would be a bit of a weird spin anyway. He just got a pretty hefty raid, so I don't want to steal anybody's thunder. Let's see where you're at. Decently along. Same time, they have been fairly... Nah. I really need to be less indecisive with these, and I know that, and I say that like every time. And yet it happens again every time anyway. I spend some time, I trim the list a bit, and then I end up with a day where like everybody's on at the same time again anyway. No matter how I move the list around. What are you doing? Okay, you're just doing like a video watching thing. No. And I could send you all to somebody that probably is getting frustrated too, but that wouldn't be a good idea, now would it? That wouldn't make any sense. Been there recently. We haven't been there at all. What's this situation here look like? You're a decent bit of the way into. But you know what, sure. They should be going for a bit longer based on the way they're doing, so we'll go there. Is it 2 eyes? Yes, it was 2 eyes. Ends, rather. Either way. We'll go see Honeyberry, who's doing some Elden Ring. I don't know exactly what they're doing with it, but we'll figure that out when we get there. Thank you all again for taking the time to be here. Run through the schedule one more time just for sake of buying time for the raid timer. We will be playing some Repo on Thursday. There will be nothing tomorrow. There will be headliners on Friday as long as I can get the last person I need, because we currently are a little shaky on numbers for headliners, but it should end up being okay. And then Saturday I'll be trying again to beat as many short games as I can. And I did pick up a couple more things that may or may not fit into that category. I need to make some decisions on that one. Even if I don't use any of those, I have plenty of short games to get through still. So don't worry about that one. Yeah, that's about it. Be good to Honey. She has been very kind the handful of times I've interacted. And I'll see you on Thursday. Good night, everybody.